One. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Decided to get out here and do a impromptu Saturday evening live. Some of you folks may have saw me. Some of you may have seen me on somebody else's live stream. Totally different set of topics, but it certainly got interesting. But I want to talk to you guys from the standpoint of something that many feel is problematic. Yours truly, indeed, I see it as problematic as well. And that is all over America, at some of our higher learning institutions, you have a host of students fighting on behalf of the Palestinians and, to a lesser degree, Hamas. What I want to ask is, how dumb does this make the liberals look? Because most of these students that are fighting on behalf of the Palestinians and the folks in Gaza, up to and including Hamas, do not seem to realize that Hamas is a far-right organization. They don't believe in women's rights. They're not pro-choice. They're not an ally of the LGBT community. So how does it look that you have all of these college students? Now, there are agitators in the crowd, but these are liberals fighting on behalf of a far-right organization known as Hamas that wouldn't give them the time of day. Does this make the Liberal Party look completely idiotic? What say you? We're going to talk about that. Also, as a side topic, it does appear, and I see FJB, Republican Smart Latino, says FJB, F Hamas, F Palestine. Tell us how you really feel. We're also going to be talking about President Trump suggesting that if he is reelected, he believes, here's a quote from the former president. Here's a quote from President Trump. We're going to give our police their power back. He wants to give the police immunity from prosecution if he's reelected. So we're going to talk about these two topics straight up. Do you believe that the police in America, their power structure has been degraded to the point where we need to give the police immunity from prosecution? That's coming from President Trump. Said that in Waukesha, Wisconsin, a few days ago at a rally. He wants to give the police immunity from prosecution. I want to ask you folks, do you believe in effort to maybe bring down crime, restore law and order in America's most chaotic cities, perhaps giving the police immunity from prosecution may be what you believe is necessary? So I'll ask it to you from your standpoint. You know how the program is always ran, always have been. It is MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. Good Saturday evening to you folks. You could be anywhere. It's always a pleasure to have you here. This is an uncensored format. As I stated, the program is, always will remain MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon. Understand, if you're in the comment section, or even talking to yours truly, if you have a different opinion from me or anyone on the damn program, nobody gives a damn. It's all about free speech. This is uncensored. So looking in the comments, it doesn't work. Trump lied to you. What do you mean when you say it does not work? You're saying giving the police immunity from prosecution doesn't work? Feel free to state what you mean. MAGA is the destruction of America. Well, we had Trump in power for 4 years. Do you believe America was destroyed during that time? I don't know. That's a pretty strong statement. MAGA is the destruction of America. You'd have to elaborate on that. America is not a Christian nation. And we talked about that. I'm assuming most of you folks are familiar with the Last Supper, where allegedly Jesus sits down and divides a loaf of bread between everybody at the table, that famous picture. That doesn't sound like capitalism to me, folks. He didn't charge anybody for a slice of bread. That sounds very similar to universal income or something like that. Almost sounds like socialism. So is America a Christian nation? I did not expect the sun to come up and ruin my view on YouTube. So I'll look in the comments. Bro, it sounds like your nose hella stuffy. No, but I will let you know. Donald Trump over George Bush. Don't quite get that. It's 100% it's a Christian nation, says Steve Stucker. I'd have to really dig into the tenets of Christianity to get a better play on that. I don't believe capitalism is on par with what's in the Bible. Maybe I'm wrong, state it in the comments, where you can have infinite wealth and not really be concerned about your fellow man. I mean, because that is what we favor in this country. I mean, a lot of wealthy people are kind and they make donations, but you don't have to. If you got money, you don't have to share. And there is no cap on how much you can earn in the United States. That doesn't sound like Christianity, where you could literally be worth millions and walk past the homeless, and that is okay. That doesn't sound like something a Christian nation would be okay with, but maybe you have a difference of opinion. I heard God's name every day, everywhere I go. Okay, you hear the devil mentioned every damn where also. What does that mean? Looking in the comments, don't be a fool. Trump has a history of cheating. Wow. So that's what we're asking also, though. Trump is suggesting that the police have immunity from prosecution. Do you believe to get law and order, to restore law and order in some of our nation's most chaotic cities, Trump is onto something? Maybe we need to give law enforcement immunity from prosecution. According to President Trump, we're going to give our police their power back. Do you believe the police should have immunity from prosecution? In other words, doesn't matter what happened. They have immunity, kind of like diplomatic immunity, cannot be charged with a crime, cannot be prosecuted. Looking in the comments, it's better to give than receive. I don't know quite what you're saying there. Horrible idea. No, they should not, says Sub. How do you feel about President Trump offering this then? Remember on January 6th, imagine the Capitol Police having immunity from prosecution. I mean, we would not have even investigated what happened to Ashley Babbitt. It had just been ruled okay. That officer would have had immunity. The issue is the police. The issue is not the police, but corrupt district attorneys. I get your point. Certainly from a standpoint of President Trump himself, he's not dealing with law enforcement, but you think the police are on the up and up, but it's the district attorneys that are corrupt. We'd have to have you on the section. We'd have to have you in the box and talk about that. There's a lot to talk about there. Did Trump say he'd give cops immunity? Yes, he did. Marlon, yes, he did. There are a lot of crooked cops. Immunity, yeah, and that's what I'm going to say. You got police officers in some poorer areas making $50,000 a year or less. Power corrupts, folks. You pull over a damn drug dealer, wanted for a host of crimes, you know he's going to prison, you know he has no credibility, and he got $100,000 on the back seat in the suitcase. Just let me go. The money don't know where it came from. You're going to tell me you couldn't convince him? The idea that the cops need immunity is scary. There are a lot of corrupt cops. I'm not going to disagree with that at all. That is scary to give, that he's offering to give the police immunity. Officers shake down drug dealers all the time. I'm from the south side of Chicago. I will tell you for a fact, officers shake down drug dealers all the time. Simply put, a drug dealer can easily make the money back that they have on them when the cops start searching and frisking them. They just want to be let go. So the cop who ain't earning shit every 2 weeks, you can keep that 3 or 4 racks in my pocket. $3,000 or $4,000 for you folks don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You can keep that money, sir. I just want to go home to my family like you do to yours. No harm, no foul. With my record, I damn sure ain't gonna report you This is easy money. Or you can make the arrest, give the money to the city, you'll never see it again as a cop, and continue earning your low-ass salary, hoping that this guy doesn't get out of jail before you get home. It's a lot of cops that would take that damn money. It's a lot of cops. And like I said, from the south side of Chicago, most folks that are in the game can tell you of a time where the police took some shit from them and did not arrest them for a damn thing. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. Giving police immunity. That's what President Trump says. Looking at the comments, there's nothing we can do to stop this madness. All we can do is God's will and trust him. You can make an effort. You can make a better effort than that. Kurgan, I think that name says. Agreed, cops are playing for keeps. So if you believe cops are playing for keeps, by the way, folks, I don't know if the box is acting up, but the box is open for guests to come through the program. So understand that we do take callers. This particular page was blocked for a week because we got too deep into the LGBT forum. But I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So if they want to play games talking about the TikTok gods, I don't censor folks. Understand that. I do not censor folks. But sometimes the app don't like some of the words they hear. Nevertheless, I believe in free speech. So we always will be that way here. You need to learn and exercise your rights. That's the solution, says our Aunt Knox. Agree 100%. 100%. What up, Stormy? Are you saying what up with Stormy Daniels? We'll hear what she has to say coming up soon. Do you think Stormy Daniels has credibility? Because she did actually sign a document saying that she never was intimately involved with President Trump. And then she changed her mind once she could earn money by telling folks. So do you believe Stormy Daniels is credible? Do you believe she's credible? She's not lying, says it's me. Well, we're going to find out. She has more than Trump. That ain't true because Stormy Daniels owes her entire fortune to President Trump. Just like Trump had to pay Letitia James, or Betty at the city of New York through Letitia James, and E. Jean Carroll, Stormy Daniels has to pay Trump. Stormy Daniels lost a huge case to Trump. Now, my guess is if Trump is not victorious with Letitia James, whatever they collect from Stormy Daniels might go straight to Letitia James because Trump has such a huge amount of money floating over his head as well. So we'll see. But going to the box, straight to the box. We're talking about the police being given immunity from persecution, says Trump. Truth will set you free. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Truth. There you go. Good afternoon.
Hi, how you doing, sir? Good afternoon.
Doing good. Good to have you on. Go ahead.
Yeah, with the police having immunity, that would, in my opinion, that would be a bad move. Let's say a policeman gets into an argument with a spouse or a policewoman, and they decide to do something they ain't supposed to do.
Yeah.
To what level are we going to take this? Because, those type of things happen where people get in an argument or whatever. And if you give,
but what about giving them immunity, but only in relations to the job? So if you're at home arguing with your spouse on a domestic violence beef, you're not covered. This is only in the course of the job.
Well, even in the course of the job, I would say it's not a good thing because a police could pull me over for speeding, walk up to me, unalive me, and just call the morgue. Who's going to prosecute that, even if it's on camera?
Yeah. Why do you think Trump would favor this? What do you think the goal is in promising to do this?
Well, I think because he's planning on rounding up homeless people and all that. I think eventually it's going to come down to where he's got to give people immunity. He wants to give the police immunity to be able to do what's necessary to round these people up.
Do you need they just rounded up a bunch of college students, Columbia, LSU, and a few other places, or UCLA or whatever it was, they didn't need immunity to do that. Why would the cops need immunity to round up homeless people?
Well, I think it's not only that; it's to be able to take care of protesters. Say if somebody's protesting and they do something that the police don't agree with, the police will be able to take action against those people. So I think he's looking at cracking down on protesting, being able to round up people who, and putting them in concentration camps. He wants to do a military style, basically a military style. I think basically we're going to where it's not going to be like America anymore. It's pretty much it's going to be like military rule, and I think the police are going to be very, given a lot of freeway to do whatever they got to do to quell protests and round people up.
So brown people. So round people. So let me ask. So when folks suggest that Trump is going to be acting like a dictator or something like that, do you believe that's true?
Oh yeah, without a doubt, because he's got that as part of his agenda, that he wants to basically deport a whole bunch of people and get the homeless off the streets and basically do stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure that in order to do that, you got to have a police force, and maybe even give immunity to just ordinary citizens that are supporters.
Like deputize the citizens.
I think so. I think so, because I think they want to be able to basically take control. I think that's what this whole fight is over with Trump and what I call my side and their side is I think it's coming down to where they want to just pretty much control people, take control of people and round people up. Because I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but the mark of the beast says that everybody's going to be either forced to take a mark or be unalive. So in order to do that, you got to round some people up.
Wow. You believe that we could be on the dawn of that happening in this nation?
Not only in this nation, around the world. As far as rounding up people, yeah, I think that's why Trump is catering to people like Putin and Kim Jong-un and a lot of these strong men, because those are the type of men that's going to be in power and going to be needed to accomplish what the world wants to accomplish. So
then how do you respond to folks who would point out we had 4 years of Trump and he didn't do any of this stuff? Why are people saying it's going to be this bad? After 4 years, he didn't do any of this.
Well, I think he wanted to do it, but he didn't. It takes a long time to do some of this stuff. Some of this stuff takes years, and 4 years is not enough. That's why I feel that he wants to get back in and be president for the rest of his life, because it's going to take more than 4 years to get all this stuff done. I mean, to do the stuff that I think the world leaders want to do to just ordinary people, it's going to take a while.
This is scary stuff, man. I really.
It is. But if the Bible's correct, that's what's going to happen. So that's the road that we're heading down.
Wow. So it's safe to say you're probably not on the Trump train?
No, definitely not on the Trump train. I think he's going to be president again only through the Electoral College. And,
And
he might actually rule from jail. I don't know. I honestly think they're going to find a way to keep him out of jail, especially if he wins the nomination. But it's going to get bad, not only here in America but around the world. It's about to get bad.
All right, well, I do got to move it on. Before I'm moving on, what do you think of Biden? Do you think Biden's doing a good job?
I think Biden is doing a fairly good, fairly decent job. I mean, he's being hindered some too, because some of his agenda was even with the border bill. That was not the way, because Trump said, "No, not right now. We'll do it when I come back, so I can take the credit." But I think he's doing about the best he can considering the circumstances. Yes.
All right. Fair enough. There's a lot of folks that disagree with you, but you're welcome back anytime, too.
I'm sure.
Good time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you giving me the time to even voice my opinion, because I don't always get that, and that's why you're one of my favorite followers.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely a pleasure. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, looking in the comments, people need to wake up. It's not the president who needs, what does that says, who we need to worry about. It's the House and Senate. No, it's the president as well. Perfect example of what my last caller was bringing up is the fact that they had a bipartisan border bill with the House and Senate. And the presidential candidate, talking about President Trump, was able to squash that. The president has a lot of power. I don't believe that you only should focus on the House and Senate. The president has a lot of power. Certainly Trump. I don't know about, I think Trump has significantly more power than Biden. To some degree, Trump actually may have more power as a citizen than Biden does currently in the White House. It's who is behind the president we need to worry about, says Scott Lauritsen or some. Yeah, I agree with that. We need to figure out who the presidents are listening to, but at the end of the day, it's their signature. So I don't care who told you to do it. Once you do it, you're at fault for doing it. But I get your point. You know, someone say that Obama is behind Biden or Steve Bannon or somebody is behind Trump. But at the end of the day, once you put your name on it, yeah, thank you, Gen Xer. Once you put your name on the document, it's yours to own. Vote with your wallet, says Jordan. Well, everybody, two things. First of all, some people have issues that are more important than voting with their wallet. I get that may sound dumb as hell. And I'll go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. Get your boy on up to 20,000 likes this wonderful Saturday afternoon. It is an honor to have you here with me, even though you could be any damn where else you want to be. So certainly tap the screen, helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. Tap the screen, get the likes up to around 20,000. To my YouTubers, feel free to smash that like button. Appreciate having you here. This is an uncensored program, so we don't block, ban, or censor anyone, no matter who the hell you disagree with, even if it's yours truly. Looking in the comments, though, if anyone is mad, take it out on the ballots. Throw people out of Congress. Throw them out of the Senate. Throw them out of your local offices, mayors. All of these people matter. I agree with that. If you're angry with what's going on, vote. I agree with that 100%. Going back to the box, though, E-Ball 542. Good afternoon, E-Ball. Talking about giving the police immunity from prosecution. That's what Trump has suggested. What say you?
That's a scary thought.
Yeah. Why do you think he would say it? Like I asked my last guest, why do you think he would say something like that?
I don't know, Tim. It's a scary time, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not trust Trump with the military or nuclear codes. He has proven that he can't be trusted. That's all I'm going to say. We can't have somebody with a hothead with nuclear codes.
So then how do you respond to folks that would say with Joe Biden, they believe he barely knows where the hell he's at, he's out of his mind. Do you feel safe trusting Joe Biden?
Yes, I do. Joe Biden's old school. He would not launch a nuclear attack unless it was absolutely necessary. And people need to understand, once you launch a nuclear attack, that's the end of all of this.
Yeah. Well, it depends on who you hit. I mean, you see what happened between Iran and Israel, even though Israel didn't launch a nuclear attack on Iran, but Iran realized we don't want to take this to a higher level. And they sent a bunch of ordnance to Israel. Most of it was shot down, and they were like, that's all we're trying to do. We're not trying to escalate. Now, even if the United States fired a small nuclear weapon, I think there's a lot of countries that would not escalate, because you're right, it could be really, really horrible.
Now, nobody's going to touch us. Our allies, as far as I'm concerned, we're untouchable. Our power is beyond what anybody could ever imagine.
Yeah. But we've had 4 years of Trump. Is it really as bad as folks are suggesting it would be if he gets reelected? He was in office. Folks liked the economy. We didn't have all these global conflicts. Inflation was lower. Was he really that bad?
I have never seen that much chaos in all my life when he got in office.
Explain.
All the racial injustice going on. Yeah. I mean, my fiance is black. My daughter's Nigerian and Italian. I don't feel safe anymore. Like, I really don't.
But, okay, you said the racial stuff. Do you think Trump himself is racist?
Me and my fiance have had this back and forth where I think Trump's an opportunist and he uses it when it suits him. But at the end of the day, if he gets back in power, you better believe if he uses color, he's going to use you to get back in the White House, and then he's going to put his foot on your neck. There's going to be nothing stopping it.
You paint a scary picture like my last call. Let me run this one by you. This is Blaireau on YouTube. We're simultaneously on both platforms. Blaireau says, how do you explain to people who might have a negative opinion of Trump that he isn't who they've been told he is? In other words, maybe the media is lying to you, or folks are painting a picture of Trump that simply isn't true.
Well, I personally know contractors that Trump has been in business with and who they screwed over. Some of them killed themselves.
Wow.
Some of them went bankrupt. Trump would just keep taking them to court and bankrupt them.
Wow.
It is not a game.
So
this could happen to somebody's grandmother, grandfather, your uncle, your father, your mother. I mean, Trump has done some evil shit. People don't even realize.
74.
Before he was even president.
Yeah, but he bought 74 million votes. If he's that bad, why is his support that strong?
A lot of people that support Trump believe that they are losing their whiteness.
Whoa! Explain. What do you mean by that? Losing their whiteness?
They think they are becoming a minority, and they're scared. And with this last election, what they tried to do, I mean, it shows everybody what they're doing. Now, I want to tell you something. Interborough High School, my brother-in-law went up there to vote. There was 20 MAGA supporters up there, and they were up in people's faces in the line, passing out pamphlets, and like, I didn't know you were allowed to get that close to voters, but they are coming up and getting in your face with the pamphlets. You know, Trump this, Trump that.
Yeah, they passed a law in some states that if you're standing in line waiting to vote, you can't give a person a bottle of water. So, yeah, I don't know why they're allowing that either.
That was just a primary election. This next election is going to be crazy. It really is.
Yeah. You think Trump has a chance? A good chance of taking it off? Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. You think he may do it?
Trump has a lot of uneducated people following him, and they listen to him and they don't fact check him. I mean, in the beginning, I'll be honest with you, I didn't like the man, but I liked what he had to say. You know what? He was outspoken, and I was for it. But after I seen what he did when he got in office, holding the Bible upside down, hitting them people with tear gas, I know everybody sits there saying, oh, it wasn't tear gas. Oh, it was. Trump just covered it up.
Wow. So it's safe to say you believe this was a genuine bad guy.
I don't trust him with the nuclear codes.
Wow.
The thing that got me, when he took Putin's word over our own intelligence, that was it for me.
He did say that Vladimir Putin said he wasn't what was he being questioned on? Was it election interference or something like that? And he did say that
that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Yeah, and
he said, I have Vladimir Putin here. I have asked him, and he was strong with his answer. and I believe him.
He did say that.
How can I don't even, our military can't respect him. I'm not believing that. There's no way.
I don't know. I think the police definitely do, but I got to move it on, E-Ball. Appreciate you coming in this Saturday, man. Thank you.
Yeah, take it easy, Tim.
Anytime. Wow. I mean, okay, President Trump did suggest giving the police immunity from prosecution. That's what we're talking about today. Also, as a side topic, does it make the liberals look dumb or what to be defending Gaza, not necessarily Gaza, but Hamas, Palestinians and Hamas? I understand what's going on, but Hamas is a far right group that these folks would not agree with on anything. They're not for women's rights. They're not an ally of the LGBT community. They're not for freedom in general, religious freedom, any of that. How does it look that many of these folks are liberal, by the way? Not all of them. There's agitators out there, but they're walking around literally dressed in their garb. If they were in Gaza, they would be protesting against Hamas because they don't support anything these folks stand for. Does that make them look kind of weird in your opinion? Does that sound right? Looking in the comments, JRR says neither are right wingers. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. I was about to go into a spiel, but I think I know what you're saying. This cat's earned the propaganda head to tail. I don't quite get what you're saying there on YouTube. Putin doesn't smell kids. No, he kills them. He kills them outright. Is that what, are you trying to compare Vladimir Putin to Joe Biden? He kills them. What's the difference? Moving the program on. No progressive changes in U.S. Then I'm going to Europe where I can get better. If you are a progressive, certainly the further left you go, in my humble opinion, you probably would find things more favorable in Europe at this point. Certainly, there's a lot of folks who favor Trump, some folks who favor Biden, but you're not going to get a very progressive America, in my opinion, under Biden. You're going to get a complete reversal of it under Trump. So Europe it is. Western Europe. Don't get it twisted. Western Europe. Going back to the box. We'll continue moving with Lou. What does it say? Lou Man. I think I hit that. The PM of Israel won't end this war because he knows as soon as he does, he's going to be investigated. We mean for war crimes. That could happen. That absolutely could happen. Rescue. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm a Marine. I got a different take on all this.
Sure.
I didn't vote for Trump. And when Trump was put in, he was asked to try to be president by the military. He put in Executive Order 13848, which put us into a military, I don't know what you call it, like a martial law almost.
When?
And in 2017.
Okay.
And the military has been doing tribunals on the bad cabal, the ones that have hurt all the children and trafficking. And anyway,
let me interrupt. I'll let you keep going, but let me interrupt and ask you this. Two quick questions. Do you believe Hillary Clinton currently is still alive?
No, this is really, I have a picture of both her. I got a picture of Nancy Pelosi, and I got Biden's unaliving, and he's in Arlington Cemetery. And the guy who's playing him is Arthur Roberts.
Okay. Now, the reason why I asked you that, because your opinion, I've had others say it, and I wanted to see if you had to say. So you believe that Hillary Clinton? When was Hillary Clinton unalive? Take it out.
November 4th of 2020.
Why?
Crimes against humanity, sedition, and I have to go back to the death. It's
okay.
Like
When did?
Have you heard about the storm and the 10 days of darkness?
I've heard references to it.
Okay, what's going to happen is the EBS is going to be called in. I don't know whether Trump is good, bad, or indifferent. Nobody knows exactly what's going on, but the fact of the matter is for 10 days they're going to have on TV and on your cell phones, all you'll be able to watch is the tribunals, the videos of what Epstein kept, videos of all these guys that went down there and women.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. First, let me ask you what. Now, you said you're a Marine. Are you currently in the Marines, or?
No, I just turned 65. I'm retired.
Okay.
I'm getting this from my Marine friends that were still in.
Okay.
And I mean, this stuff is going down, and they're going to have it all on TV. You won't be able to watch nothing but the tribunals on your.
Okay, well, let me ask you about some things that have already happened as opposed to what's coming up. You mentioned Biden is no longer with us, and there's an actor playing his role on television. When did Biden perish?
Can you give me a second?
And how? Also, how did he perish?
Well, it says that they on here. I'm looking on his Arlington Cemetery thing. It was 2021. January 17th, 2021.
How did he perish?
He was put to death by hanging.
For what?
Well, that part I don't know. I just got his death certificate and his picture.
Hold on. You telling me a president was taken out and it's not public information as to why? Okay, unfortunately, you guys know I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So when I tell you folks we're all about free speech, damn it, we mean it. What do I always say? We go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with QAnon. Unfortunately, even though I believe in an uncensored format, I cannot control the TikTok gods. He was removed from the program. You're always invited back, sir. You're invited back anytime, but I can't control. He may have said a few things here or there that triggered the censors, but understand we don't block anyone on this program. What do I say? Left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon. I think we just kind of demonstrated that a minute ago. But nevertheless, the reason why I wanted to dig deeper into his opinions, because he's not the only one that says that. I get guests that regularly believe that those leaders, or in his case, former deceased leaders, are gone. I get pamphlets, I get information sent to me, I get callers all the time. Now, his dates, I asked him when did these folks perish. His dates are a little bit different. Hillary Clinton, I generally get it was around 2018. And Joe Biden at 2021, he said, I think it's usually around that time, but it's generally for similar crimes like he's talking about. James Woods and Jim Carrey are the ones they often cite who are acting, who you see doing the State of the Union address, the correspondence dinner, the actor playing Joe Biden, that's who they tell you generally is James Woods or Jim Carrey. So he's not the only one that believes that. So I wanted to let you folks hear. Like I said, we don't believe in censorship, so you're going to hear opinions like that. Biden isn't Biden, and folks either cannot or will not see it. Ain't saying Joe is dead, cause have zero info that can be verified, said the squirrel. So he is also saying Biden, that's a YouTube commenter there that's saying Biden isn't Biden, and folks cannot or will not see it. Now that could mean that Biden has dementia or some mental illness and people refuse to accept it. That's not necessarily saying the guy you're watching is not the person that was born with the name Joseph R. Biden. My last guest states that Biden is currently in Arlington Cemetery. That's a pretty strong statement. Moving the program on, Lou Man Chow. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. How do you Dems feel about Joe saying he will raise your taxes if elected? Probably not happy more. If President Biden is promising to raise taxes if he gets elected, is he talking about the lower class or taxing the wealthy? Lou Man Chow, good afternoon. Or good evening.
How's it going?
Doing good. Is Biden with us still?
Yeah, I was just listening to that last guy. That's embarrassing.
There's a lot of folks that believe that, man.
I know, and I try and wrap my head around that every single day. I was on your show before, and I got cut off because my union hall was calling me about a week or two ago, and we just got cut off right towards the end. But yeah, I was wondering why nobody's talking about the subject that you're talking about right now more. That's got to be the scariest thing I've heard in my lifetime, giving cops full immunity.
Yeah, he's talking about giving, but his words were, we're going to give our police their power back. So, the defund the police movement, things like that, people believe the police are losing power. He wants to not only give them their power back, he wants to give them full immunity from prosecution. So you do agree that's a bad thing?
Oh, I think that's a horrible thing. And then you put together, I watch a lot of world news. There's this one show out of Britain, and they were making the comparison. They had a German scholar on there, and they were comparing the speeches he's given right now with the blood poisoning and
to Hitler.
Yeah. And I mean, I watched the speech where he called half the country vermin. I mean, he specifically said we're going to root out every left-leaning Marxist, communist, Democrat, like the vermin.
He just said that. I was watching him. He just said that the other day again. We're going to root out the fascists and all that. Now, giving police immunity, isn't that really what happened with the Gestapo to help them go find Jewish people? They were given immunity.
That's exactly what it is. It's like his own personal Waffen SS at that point.
Yeah. Wow. Do you really think he would do that though?
You know what? I think he's getting more and more unhinged, and with all these trials that go, his whole, if he does get in, his whole presidency is going to be revenge. It's not going to be helping anybody. It's not going to be. I was watching his last dinner, his last fundraising dinner, where he had all the millionaires over there. And he's telling them, because he didn't think cameras were on, we're going to make you guys even more money. So. Well, yeah, I think there's a good potential. I nobody wants to think about that, but when he's giving speeches like that and nobody's calling him out on it enough, anyways, especially our media. I watch more right-wing media than anything, because I used to vote Republican. I grew up hunting and fishing in rural red state Ohio, so it wasn't until I got into a union that I started voting Democrat.
And what happened?
See, Republicans are just anti-union.
Yeah,
they're always trying to make it harder for workers, and then after Trump did that thing in Michigan where he hired 20 fake union members to hold up union signs, that hurt him here in Ohio. So
I'm hearing that also. The Chick-fil-A, the random stop at Chick-fil-A with all the black employees, I'm hearing that was staged.
Yeah, I seen that too.
Wow. I mean, I've heard that a lot of his stops and things like that look really good for him. I'm hearing people say over and over, even the guy who holds up the Blacks for Trump sign, I'm hearing he gets paid. Hopefully this stuff is wrong.
I know the one girl from Chick-fil-A, they did prove that because she works on his campaign. She's got a Facebook page, and it says right on her Facebook page that she works for his campaign. I looked into that. That one was set up. The Blacks for Trump at the thing, I don't know. I never heard nothing about that. Yeah. But
now this one could be wrong too. Just could be an effort to demonize Trump. But even when he first came and ran in 2015, came down the escalator, there were people outside talking about how much they wanted Trump. Apparently, they were paid.
Oh, I didn't know that. And see, I got a pretty good perspective on this. I knew he was going to win in 2016. I'm a union industrial commercial electrician. At that time, I was on building a cracker plant in Beaver Township, Pennsylvania. It was the biggest construction project in the last 50 years in the Northeast Ohio. Not cracker like Nabisco cracker like they crack molecules to make medical grade plastics. And This place is huge. You had to take buses to get from one end of the job site to the other. And I knew he was going to win in 2016. I called it because a lot of people were fed up with it.
What did you think his presidency was like? Do you think he did a good job?
No, I think 400 and some thousand people would still be alive if he wasn't president.
Wow. What can't wait a minute? You putting deaths on Trump's hands? What did he do?
I just by lying about COVID. I got personal friends. My grandma died of COVID. My brother-in-law's brother died of COVID, and both of them were anti-vaxxers and bought into that whole the conspiracy theories about the vaccines not,
But you're blaming the anti-vax movement on Trump.
I'm not blaming the anti-vax movement on Trump. I'm blaming Trump for going backpedaling and saying, "Oh, it's not good. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. It's going to be gone in 2 weeks." That's what I blame on Trump. I think if he would have had a stricter plan and start taking it seriously right off the rip, we wouldn't have half as many deaths, in my opinion.
That man got a lot of supporters there, though, Lou. I mean, if he's that bad.
I know. Like I said, I work on really big jobs with a lot of, all union guys, obviously. And I knew he was going to lose in 2020. And I told my friends, I was like, he's not going to go easy. I thought they were going to have Secret Service take him out of the White House.
Yeah, he didn't go easy.
I didn't call January 6th, but I knew he was going to lose. And from what I see right now, going to work, he lost a lot of support, like especially with the unions. I don't know if you know about Lordstown General Motors. But
where are you? What state are you in again?
Ohio.
Okay, yeah. Well, in Ohio, you think Ohio might go blue?
There's a good chance. I'm not gonna lie. With women's reproductive rights on the line, and so, like we voted. I voted to for women to have their bodily autonomy. And then our Mike DeWine's trying to sue the state to overturn it. So it's like, why would I even vote?
Yeah, I've said that. I do got to move it on, but I've said that it's not returning the power to the states if you're not letting the people in those states vote on it. Until the people in those states actually vote on abortion rights, you're not giving the power to the states. You're giving the power to just a smaller government. It's still not the people.
You're giving it to right now. You're giving it to like Christian evangelicals and what their agenda. I appreciate you having me on, but thank you.
Appreciate it, Lou, man. Thank you. Come on back anytime. Wow. Nope. Looking in the comments, also Biden said the borders were secure. That's probably one of his biggest thorns in his side, is his mishandling of the border. Now, I'm willing to criticize where I believe criticism should be due. Now, we can talk about the bipartisan border bill. Lisa, thank you for the support. Appreciate that. But nevertheless, I'm not going to pretend like Biden has done a good job at the border. I mean, he had a bipartisan bill that Trump destroyed. We can talk about that, but that was like 3 years into his term. People have been screaming about the border the whole damn time. So I'm not a big fan of Biden on the border. I'm not going to try to make it sound like he did a great job, at least in my opinion. Some folks have a different opinion. Gabriel Reed was talking about my caller before last, says $5, the last dude thinks the earth is flat. I think you would win. I get some folks on the program. Thank you for the hat mustache there, PT Farms. Yeah, thank you. I think you'd win. I get some folks, I guess the best way I'll put it is there is never a conspiracy that they believe is not possible. From 9/11 to the Sandy Hook children. The Alex Jones crowd is a good example of that. I don't think they take anything at face value. Anything can happen, and there's something else behind it. From Timothy McVeigh to David Koresh, you name it. There is something else behind everything that happens. Could be. But everything, that's where I have an issue with. Earth is actually a triangle. What did I just hit by the way? I hit something by mistake. I didn't mean to hit. Earth is actually a triangle. What? Earth is a triangle? Okay. What is the sun? A hexagon? Earth is a triangle. Let me go back to the box. That's different. That is different. Mr. Stick Derula. Good afternoon, Stick. Welcome to the program. Full immunity to cops. Not much. Trump is suggesting that if he's reelected, he would give the police immunity from prosecution. What say you?
I think Trump is an ignoramus, and we've already seen what basically immunity gets for them. I mean, it really wasn't that they had immunity in the first place. It was the point that they just didn't respect melanated people. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Well, initially, just like the Constitution, all men are created equal.
Right. That's
the
deck of independence, but you're right.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, guess what? We've never been treated equal.
True.
And when that was wrote, we wasn't free anyway.
True.
So when it all boils down to it, it was an unwritten rule in the police department, especially how it was founded, that melanated people were not included. So now you trying to make it a law, basically, to make it where it doesn't matter. You can just do it.
So you believe giving or promising to give law enforcement immunity from prosecution, which Trump is doing, is a direct target on black people, black and brown people?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to go back to like the 60s and the 50s. It's going to go back to, I mean, his whole thing is he wants to, I don't know if you want to say policy or what it is, but he's saying that America's becoming less Anglo-Saxon.
Well, I don't know if he said America's becoming less Anglo-Saxon. What he stated is we're starting to be biased against white people. We're starting to, you know, I had to quote because we did a show on it, but it was something to that nature. Oh, he said there is an anti-white sentiment in America.
So, number one, you can't be in a system that's all for and built by, you know, in the sense of not so much the buildings, but the actual system itself.
Right.
We're all white folks. So if you already got a system that is angled towards making sure that the white folks are first, then, I mean, like, basically all you saying is you want to put more rules in to make it easier for white folks. That's basically all you're saying.
Yeah, but do we currently have a system right now in 2024 where you believe it's discriminatory to blacks? You don't believe blacks have equality right now as we speak?
I think we're getting there, but I don't think we have 100% equal rights, because every time I turn around, there's more examples of how black folks are not being treated the same as white folks, whether you're talking about sentencing, whether you're talking about arrests in certain demographic neighborhoods, especially in the South. There's more video cams of state troopers and police pulling black women over, and we've seen a lot of black women get handled a certain way, even end up in jail, and then in jail they end up unalive. So at the end of the day, the only people that are gonna be affected if Trump gets in is melanated people and white women. Just being honest, for the simple fact, even the abortion ban and all of that, you know, this is here in Florida. We got a 6-week abortion ban.
But here's what I don't get, Stick. If Trump is as bad as you're saying, why the hell is he losing to Biden in the polls over and over again?
Well, my thing is this, and when people talk about polls, like polls, it just, I don't believe in them. You know what I'm saying? And that's just my opinion. A poll is nothing but a couple of people in the nation. Let's just say they called 100 people, and out of 100, 55 of them said they like Trump. Okay, that's 55 people out of 100. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but eventually, shouldn't Biden? I mean, if Trump is as bad as you're saying, even if you're only calling a small segment of people, over and over again, Trump is beating them in polls 6 months strong now. That shouldn't be happening.
I'm gonna tell you why Biden is gonna win. Because right now, as we speak, there are people who do not want to align with Triple K, the Proud Boys, and anybody else that backs Donald Trump that has something to do with January 6th. MAGA is getting smaller by the day because a lot of them are not as, ignorant as I thought. Because we've been having lives and inviting people in and just tell us to go policy. And just because they can't really go policy, they start to see and realize, well, dang, I just like him.
You
but
really,
on the policy side,
you really believe MAGA is getting small? By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get me on up to 40,000. We got over 500 of you in here. Get the likes up to about 40,000. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA, which is the purpose of the program. MAGA are my preferred guests. But asking you, Stick, and by the way, for my YouTubers, feel free to smash that like button. You think MAGA is getting smaller by the day? Have you seen his rallies compared to Biden gatherings? It looks like they're getting bigger.
I'm going to be honest with you. Again, MAGA's getting smaller because a lot of people don't want records. A lot of people do not want criminal records. A lot of people don't want to be associated with being number one on the terrorist list in the United States. Domestic terrorism.
But so is that because they are, if you support Trump and you're talking about you be fearful of getting a record of being a domestic terrorist, is that because you're doing something wrong, or is that because the liberals are trying to target MAGA?
No, it's because it's in your face. I mean, okay, how about this? Nancy Pelosi's husband. What happened with that? Who was that?
Yeah, that was a Trump supporter.
Okay, such and such shall not replace us in Charlottesville. Who was that?
That was some folks, neo-Nazi types.
Okay, and they were MAGA supporters. Next question. When it was I don't know if it was a Black Lives Matter parade or what it was, but some people got ran over and lost their lives because of a mad driver. Who was that?
I believe he was a Trump supporter. But let me ask you this. Gen Xer on YouTube, you mentioned the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers. He said, man, quit with the Proud Boy bullshit already. We were not all involved in that January 6th horse shit. Is it wrong to put January 6th in the laps of all MAGA? Maybe that was just a few folks, perhaps instigated by the likes of Ray Epps and the FBI, if you ask some MAGA. Is it wrong to blame everybody for what happened on J6?
So what did I say about MAGA getting smaller? I said that people do not want that title. They don't want the title of being a part of something that's so radical, that's so divisive, that's so violent. Just being honest. January 6th was not a peaceful day. It was not a great day for America. It was showing our enemies that we let our own citizens get in, so let me influence some of the citizens so they can do the job for us. Yeah. I mean, you got the Republicans talking about Russia. Like, for real? Like, we all, listen, I'm for peace. Don't get it twisted. But after the wall got tore down and they went to rebuilding, we left them alone. There really wasn't our enemy like that until they started moving into different places, like they had the Kosovo incident and all of this other stuff. Mm-hmm. And now we got this Ukraine thing going on, and along with Israel and, the H group. So it's a lot of stuff going on, but at the end of the day, like, MAGA is not focused on the USA in the sense of it wants to make it better again. It doesn't. But
what about the economy? They believe that Biden inflation in the economy sucks under Biden. How is that not focused on the USA?
Well, this is my thing. There's always an action and a reaction, and there's always, in a sense, a reason things go down. So if you can't see the reason why inflation has went up, if you can't understand why Joe Biden has his numbers the way they are, in the sense of jobs numbers, in the sense of making people get better wages at work, helping out the unions, the Tax Act, the Build Back Better Act, like all of this stuff he got going on has nothing to do with rich folks trying to get more money off the citizens. It's all about trying to give back in the sense of the government give back.
I hear what you're saying. I got to move it on stick, but I hear what you're saying. I don't even know if a lot of liberals agree with you. I think a lot of liberals think the economy is Biden's fault. I get your point. A lot of folks do agree with you, but even Democrats do not favor the economy, and they are blaming Biden. I think when asked which one of these men do you trust with the economy, Trump wins by more than 10 points. I'll give you the last word, though.
So then it goes like, I have to ask you those questions again. When 4 years ago, when you was trying to get toilet paper, could you get it?
No.
And when you could get it, how much did it cost?
A lot.
And that was under who?
Trump.
See how easy this stuff can be. Just you could just say easy questions and we can answer them, but they'll still say it's Biden. But that's that small percentage. Just like we have a small percentage of Latin Americans, we have a small percentage of blacks, if you want to call yourself a black, for Trump. So at the end of the day, those are small percentages. And at this point right now, if you can't say that Barack Obama saved this nation from when another Republican named Bush messed up the economy and he brought it back, and then not only did it keep going into Trump's economy, because again, I'm still trying to figure out from day one, what did Trump do that make the economy the way it was when he came in? What did he do?
Well, they like his energy independence, his drilling, things like. I got to move it on, but the tariffs, getting Chinese trade imbalance under control. They believe the man did quite a bit, but stick. I got to move it on. Appreciate you coming through.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, appreciate it. Trump has done absolutely nothing to do anything for this economy, says SoCal. Let me read that again. Trump has done nothing, absolutely nothing to do anything for this economy. Wow, tell us how you really feel. So nothing at all, huh? Looking in the comments, some folks agree with you, by the way. Others disagree. Read Time Magazine. That article is horrendous. Read Time Magazine, and that article should sit all of you. Read Time Magazine, and that article should sit all of you. All would have in common sense believe it. The wording of that, Simone, I know what you're saying. It should open eyes, but the wording of that. Tariffs made all of our prices go up on goods. Did the price of goods go up under Trump? I don't think that's the case. I think people pretty much favored the economy under Trump. Some might say, well, he got it from Obama, whatever the case may be. But before the pandemic took hold, the economy under Trump was doing pretty damn well. The jobs, I think the unemployment rate was like 3.5%. He was doing a good job. I mean, he was bragging at every rally, and the liberals weren't disputing it. I think the economy is pretty good under Trump. Trump/regulation says get along on YouTube. By the way, tap that screen. We should be around 50,000 likes on TikTok. Certainly tap that, smash the like button on YouTube. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Program has been MAGA friendly from day one. Always has been, always will be. But liberals are welcome on the program as well. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. If you disagree with somebody in the comment section, or if you disagree with the host, nobody gives a damn. This is an uncensored program, so understand that. You're going to hear opinions left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. We do believe in letting the people speak. Gas, Southern Cal says gas was $2.53 for starters. Food, etc. Reasonable. Duh. Okay, all right. Thoughts on Florida judge opening up files? What files? What files is a Florida judge opening up? True patriot. I'm for opening up any files. I believe that I'm a strong proponent of transparency. Just like I favor free speech, I favor transparency. When they're hiding things, it's usually not to your benefit. Other than confidential information that may put this country at risk, overseas. Some of those files that maybe Trump, Biden, or Pence had at their houses, maybe not giving the public access to that shit. But other than that, I do believe in transparency. Looking in the comments, it's got to be true if even CNN can't lie about it. They even said that Trump's economy was better, says V Pirate. There you go. There you go. But look, let me just say this in regards to comparing Trump to Biden. Everybody's not voting strictly due to the economy. And everybody's not doing worse under Biden than they were under Trump. Even with higher inflation, everybody's not doing worse under Biden than they were under Trump. I know MAGA absolutely is, but there's a lot of folks who'll tell you they make more money now under Biden than they did under Trump. Keep in mind, the ones that are at the very bottom, the burger flippers, shit, you got burger flipper jobs not paying $20 an hour. I don't know if the inflation under Biden is so bad that going from $10 an hour under Trump to $20 an hour under Biden doesn't make a difference. I don't think it's that freaking bad, but depends on what you're in. And I would also say too, even though you often hear the phrase, it's the economy stupid, and we'll go back to the box. You guys should be tapping the darn screen. We should be around 50,000 likes. If your thumbs are not lazy, let your thumbs not be lazy. Show the program some support. Everybody is not a single issue voter. While many would say the phrase, it's the economy stupid, I can tell you right off the bat, when you're threatening to potentially execute women for having an abortion, $2 gas ain't gonna get you their votes. There are some people who are not going to vote for Trump, even if the economy was better in their opinion. Perfect example, if you thought Biden could give you a better economy than Trump, but he was talking about taking away your Second Amendment rights, would you support that? No. You're going to probably give the Second Amendment a hierarchy over an economy for 4 years. Well, women, pro-choice women, are probably going to do the same thing in terms of the promise that Trump can get you $2 gas or get you lower inflation. You're talking about doing some really seriously bad shit to pregnant women. We covered a show a couple days ago where Trump had that Time magazine, not Life doesn't exist anymore, Time magazine, where he did that Time magazine article and told a reporter that some states could track the journeys of pregnant women to decide if they want to prosecute if they have an abortion. And he was like, well, you'd have to ask the states. He came out and said, yeah, they could do that. Didn't have a problem with that. That's not good for a woman getting pregnant. That now that you're pregnant, the state may start tracking you to make sure you don't do anything. $2 gas is probably not going to sway somebody to vote for a person that's in favor of that or that will allow that to happen. I'm not saying Trump is in favor of it, but he don't sound like he's not in favor of it either. He don't sound like he has a problem with it. As he stated, yeah, it could happen, but you got to check with the individual states. If the states want to do it, hey, go talk to them. So he doesn't sound like he has a problem with it. But going back to the box, and that is what is that says? Tanny says, I think it should be in the state level. Shout out to my female Republicans, my female MAGA, because we do tend to say that the liberals are going to get the women's vote because of this issue, but there's in the comments right there, Tanisha, something I think it says, she's saying right there, I think it should be at state level. So does Trump. So does Trump. So we do have some female Republicans. Going back to the box, though, we'll keep it going with the HR Gator. Good afternoon. What do you got an echo?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Do you have me on Bluetooth or something?
Do I have any what? I'm so sorry.
Do you have Bluetooth on or something? There's an echo.
I do. Hold on just a second. Let me turn that off.
All right. I'm definitely not Republican, but I'd rather have Trump than Biden. I'm not Democrat either, says Mary. I don't want to say Schindler, but okay. All right, fair enough. The Gator.
Sorry, I was listening to the weather, so I had it on the Bluetooth so I could actually hear if, these wild tornadoes just want to keep popping up for no damn reason. So.
Are you down? You're not down there in Texas where all that flooding and stuff, are you?
No, I'm over in Austin, so we just wait. We hope we're in that little bubble that keeps getting missed, but luck runs out eventually, so we watch.
Wow. So you've been listening in. What do you think about Trump suggesting that police should get immunity from prosecution?
I cannot imagine that in 2024, somehow we're in the United States of America where anybody thinks anybody of any position would need any kind of immunity from persecution for illegal activities. I have no idea why this is even a topic. It sounds like a suggestion that would only come from a criminal.
No.
You know what? I think this position should be exempt from prosecution.
Yeah.
Well, why do you think you're special? You're the leader of the free world, so you just want to be free to just do illegal things? You want our police, like we don't already have a problem with mental health training with officers and things like that, so we want to not to have them just be free of consequences for breaking the law?
Well, Trump stated we're going to have to give our police their power back. So what he's suggesting that maybe the police cannot do their job effectively because they're being handcuffed, for lack of a better term, by, civil rights leaders and things like that. So he's saying if they actually had immunity, they could actually bring down crime and things like that.
So you mean they could actually kneel on someone's throat and kill them and not be sent to jail?
Oh, yeah.
That's wild.
And that part, too. Yeah, that part, too.
Yeah, I'm like, there are rules and regulations set in place to keep people understanding the confines of which they operate. You have rules and policies and procedures for every single job, and they're based on precedent or they're based on experience. They're based on things that have happened or could happen, and you try to prevent them. You go through training, you go through certifications. Why are we going to say at the end of that, all right, and now you are free from the law of the land?
But what about, like in the comments, Maria Barita states that if you don't want the police to do this, his word or her words are, don't commit crimes. It's that simple.
Okay, you know what? Let's go with that. Don't commit crimes so you don't get caught. Let's talk about the Freedom Group that goes and spends years and thousands of dollars in research to release people that were wrongly persecuted. So you have an entire organization, amongst many actually, that's their sole purpose is to go find out and research people who are, really in there going, hey, I really, really didn't do it. Somebody help me, right? And so they go in and they do this. So how many people have been freed based on new technology, DNA, video surveillance, witness testimony that comes out later? How many people have come forth since they took off the regulations for, say, statute of limitations?
Yeah, you're talking about the Innocence Project. I kind of fall in them a little bit.
Yes, so sorry.
They've gotten a lot of people out. You're right. Since they actually have access and they got, like you said, they can go back far enough now with DNA and other.
People have been paid back, for how long? They've gotten that restitution because they were wrongly imprisoned. So the phrase, don't do the crime, don't do the time, that is wonderful in theory.
Yeah.
That should be, but I always tell my kids and listen, they're 21, 20, and 16, and I've told them since day one, it doesn't matter how you want it to be, it matters how it is.
Well, the thing is, there are so many folks that have been wrongfully convicted that a lot of states have passed laws limiting how much you can be awarded in court because there's so many people getting caught.
Absolutely. There's so many people that are wrongly imprisoned. Now, there's a whole lot that aren't. There are more that are not caught. Let's get that straight, because I don't want people to be like, oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. No, listen. There's way more criminals that don't get caught than do. Let's get that straight. There's way more people that get away with stuff than not.
So let me ask it to you this way. V Pirate on YouTube is saying, how can we have a legal system we believe in when the last election was stolen? Maybe if the police had immunity, they could get to the bottom of the 2020 election. I don't know what's being said there, but how can...
To me, that's confusing, because if we want to go on... you cannot cherry pick what you want. So on one hand, you want the legal system, the police, the judicial system. You want them to have free immunity. On the other hand, you're sitting here going, well, no, if they could have done X, Y, and Z, an election wouldn't have been stolen. Well, you're also talking about the judicial system on that side, which has went through many courts, many jurors, many judges, many states, and has been found to be false. It was a conspiracy theory. That is hard for some people to swallow. I understand, because people's wants and fears will trump their rationale most often. Like when you want something so bad and you want it to be true, damn it, you will tell yourself anything. You said yesterday in the live, there were people in there that you commended their honesty because they said, okay, it was another creator, but he had questioned MAGA, somebody at a rally, and said, would you be against them blocking witnesses or jurors? And
wow.
He said, that the person said, well, of course. And they said, okay, well, Trump has been found to be trying to get in front of this and do this. And the woman looked at him and said, well, I don't care. And that is the point. That's the point. The point is that we're so far gone on the cherry picking from the buffet of right and wrong, legal and not, that some people are so fearful that what they want is not going to happen. They're willing to forego so many issues.
Why do you think that love for Trump is that strong? Because you're talking about potentially somebody being okay with the law being broken to save Trump. Why do you think the love for him is that strong?
I think that if you want me to get brutally honest, Handsome.
Let's go for it.
Okay, I'm going to piss a lot of people off.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
I know. Listen, a lot of people got pissed off when Barack Obama got in office, period. I went out and bought the Time magazine that had it on there, and I put it in my hope chest because I said, this is a moment in history, whether you liked it or not. This I will show my children and grandchildren, right? Okay, so that pissed a lot of white people off, period. So then you come to Obama. Obama has his 8 years. He leaves, they're still bitching. Obama could be sitting over there in Hawaii or Kenya, wherever they think he's at, chilling, sipping a mojito.
So what are you saying, is racism related?
I think a portion of going into Trump, not necessarily racially driven. I think that a lot of people were pissed that Obama got in. And so they're not going to go for Hillary, right? They're not going to go for another Democrat. Right. It's time to change up. Sorry, it's been 8 years. You ain't going to get 2 Democrats in a row. We're all laughing, LOL. So here it's going to go. But also, Trump is not afraid to just talk shit. And people love that. Yeah. They love somebody getting up there and talking shit, and they love somebody getting up there and talking shit with no consequences. And another thing I've told my children since day one, since they were little bitty, you have freedom of speech. We live in the United States of America. You can say anything you want, but let me remind you, child, to my own children, consequences. Yep. You have freedom of speech. You do not have freedom of consequences. And I always put that out there, like I said, and I won't say the whole thing because, some words can get you banned, but I said, hey, if you said, I want to go, and did you see where that guy blew up XYZ building, correct?
Okay.
That's a statement. But if you said, I'm going to go blow up XYZ building.
That could cause a problem.
See how the verbiage changes with like the FBI?
Yeah.
See how everybody's going to be on your front door? Because see, now you have made a threat.
Yeah.
The difference in speech is the intent. Am I speaking freely or am I creating a threat? And there are things that discernment and society has dictated as that's a threat and that's just talking. Unfortunately, he's his biggest problem because he can't stop talking.
That's the gag order. But I got to move it on, HR. I do agree with you that Trump's mouth has caused him some problems. I do believe without his mouth, he'd be ending the second term right now. But HR...
Did it just cost him $9,000 again this week? That fool just needs, he needs one of them little mouth things. It just goes right over like, something real sweet. So while he's sleeping and farting in court, he can just take a nice little siesta and just be fully out. Just bless his heart. Just let him take a little nap.
Oh, my God. All right, Gator.
Have a good day.
You too. Appreciate you coming through. Through. Folks, tap the screen. 400 plus of you in here. Certainly in my YouTube audience, feel free to smash that like button. Tap the screen on TikTok. Get the likes on up to about 60,000. Understand we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. This has always been an uncensored program. So you're going to hear opinions you think are ridiculous and others you think make a hell of a lot of sense. We are not an echo chamber. Folks from all sides of the aisle, both sides of the aisle, all sides of the aisle, you name it, are allowed to speak. By the way, if you do enjoy civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, you are in the right place. I implore you to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central is when we're generally here. Don't see the bar like on YouTube. I don't quite get that one, red hammer on YouTube. That's just like Trump. He feels that he should have immunity to do anything he wants. Ouch. Ouch. There is not a such thing as unlimited or boundaries, free speech. Wake up. That is true. That is true. You can have free speech, but as my last caller rightfully pointed out, there is consequence. This is some, before I go back to the box, as you heard me tell the last caller, I do believe Trump on paper deserved a second term and would still be in office if it wasn't for his mouth, maybe plus or minus the pandemic as well. But the first 3 years of Trump's presidency, without him constantly tweeting out insults and things like that, I think he would have been worthy of a second term. And many folks would say, well, isn't he allowed to speak? They never gave him a chance since day one. He was being attacked. He has the right to defend himself. Well, that may be true. But this is where we talk about there are consequences for your speech. John McCain attacks Trump. He states, well, my war heroes don't get captured. He has a First Amendment right to say what he said about John McCain. But the consequences may be former prisoners of war not liking his statement. Maybe families that were killed in action may not like his statement. That's the consequence. Now, the difference is, from my personal analysis, is that MAGA Trump supporters believe that what he was doing for this country was so effective, he was doing such a good job that you should allow him to say whatever he want to say. As they say, fuck your feelings. Who gives a damn if he's insulting you? Look at the economy, look at the inflation rate, things like that. So MAGA believes that as long as he's doing a good job for this country, you should just let him insult you. So that is kind of the gist of things. Looking in the comments, how is it not a treat when Democrat politicians tell their people to physically fight against Republicans? Are you talking about Maxine Waters? How many what Democrats have told their constituents to physically fight against Republicans? I'm assuming you're talking about Maxine Waters saying get up in their face. Now, we do know that Trump also talked about punching somebody in the face and he would pay the legal fees. So, I mean, it's happening on both sides, as they would say. Every man is responsible for his actions. Is that not true? Stephen Coleman, that is 100% true. You're responsible. You're responsible for what comes out of your mouth as well. Going back to the box, the one and only friend of the program, Gen Xer, immunity from prosecution for law enforcement. What say you, Gen X? Good evening.
What's up, Tim? Happy Saturday, my friend.
Same. Giving the cops full immunity from prosecution. What say you?
Giving the police immunity from prosecution, that is an absolutely ridiculously stupid idea. Yeah, I don't support that at all. That's just naive. Police already have a certain level of immunity. They've already got a certain level of immunity while they're doing their duties. So, and I think that's where it needs to lie, right there. You cannot give a cop absolute immunity. So if 4 on-duty cops go into a bank and clean the place out, oh, we're on duty. It's all good. They got absolute immunity.
Well, you are, just so everybody know, you are MAGA. Am I correct?
100%.
How do you feel about Trump saying it?
I don't agree with him. Like I told you before, Tim, I don't agree with everything the man says or does. I just don't. I think for myself, I draw my own conclusions based on facts and credible evidence and basically common sense. There's not a lot of common sense in that. I would be 100% against that.
No, but if you vote for Trump, you're putting that in there. We look at Biden; he has dementia, doesn't know where he's at, can't read without a teleprompter. Or we can get Trump, a sane guy who knows exactly where he's at, but he's okay with giving the police immunity. That's your choice.
Yeah, and I'll still choose Trump just because the man makes a couple of bad decisions. In my opinion, are bad decisions. I think for every 2 or 3 bad decisions, the guy makes 7 good ones. I'll roll with the odds.
Yeah, but that is a nuclear bad decision. Giving police immunity, that you can talk about Biden not drilling or his weakness in Ukraine, or you're talking about giving cops immunity from prosecution. That's got to be, you mentioned 7-1. That's got to be equal to probably 20 of Biden's bad decisions to get a police immunity.
Both sides come up with their share of idiotic ideas. Defunding the police is just as stupid as giving cops absolute immunity.
Yeah, but that's not Biden.
Dumb.
Yeah, but Biden is not on the stump saying that. Trump just said this in Waukesha, Wisconsin, like 3 days ago. Biden is not still going around and I don't know if Biden ever went out and said he personally supports giving, defunding the police. That ain't never come. That was coming from the squad and lower ranking Democrats. Biden, Pelosi either. Neither one of them has ever been in favor of defunding the police.
But it was a left-wing ideology. It was a left-wing brainstorm. They're the ones that came up with that. Yep. That's what's happening in, I want to say Atlanta. They've got they're so short police, cops won't come in for overtime. They're like, no, we're working our 40, that's it.
Yeah, but you can't.
Or their neighborhoods.
Yeah, but if you said a left-wing brainstorm, left-wing ideology, which you're correct, defunding the police was said by some left-wingers, but if you hold the president of the United States at fault for things that come from every liberal, do you want to hold Trump responsible for what every Republican says?
No, absolutely not.
Right. So Biden has never called for defunding the police.
What I'm saying is it was a left-wing idea, the whole defund the police thing.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I'm absolutely against 100% absolute immunity for cops. I think that's stupid.
Why do you think he's promising it? Why do you think he's even saying something like that?
No clue. I'm not in the man's head. I don't know. And I know a lot of my constituents, my peers. I can't think of one person that would back that. It doesn't. Yeah, that's bad news for all of us.
Yeah.
Not just on the left, not just on the right. That's bad news for an American, for free people.
Yeah. Now, many would say he joked. I'm going to give him credit and say this is a joke, but many say he joked about being a dictator. We do know in Germany, to help round up the Jews, the Gestapo essentially had immunity. They were law enforcement with immunity. Understand that while many folks like yourself that support Trump don't believe he's trying to be a dictator, giving police immunity is like dictatorship 101.
But now, you see, you just went and said, Trump said he would be a dictator. That's not what Trump said. When asked if he would be a dictator, he said, what was the first thing you would do? He said, drill, 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 something else. Yes, I'd be a dictator for the day, and that's it.
He didn't. Wait a minute. He didn't say I'll be a dictator.
I would be a dictator.
He didn't say I'll be a dictator for one day.
That's what he said.
Right.
Exactly. And he was joking.
Is that something you joke about? I mean, did Sean Hannity break out laughing?
Absolutely.
No, he did not. You saw that speech live, and you telling me Sean Hannity started laughing.
I think that.
Let me just ask you. Wait, Gen X. Let me just ask you yourself. Do you find it humorous when a leader suggests he wants to be a dictator for one day? Do you find that to be something that's funny, comical?
It depends on the context, Tim. It depends on the context and what else is said with it. I can take a joke. I can take a lot. I grew up in New York City. We fuck with each other. We fuck with each other bad. We joke with each other. We say stupid shit. And I can discern between humor and someone being serious. So yeah, I find that funny. Again, it depends on the context, man. What else did he say with it?
Well, here's the thing.
What was the look on his face?
Yeah,
how did you read his body language?
Well, here's the thing, though. When I see on YouTube, VFR says Biden blows, Viva Los Trump, suggesting that Trump is going to get the Hispanic vote. Maybe. We'll see. But here's the issue, though. When you're, as you say, joking about being a dictator, but then you're actually in court fighting for your own immunity, and now you're on the campaign stump saying you'll also give it to cops. Some of the stuff he is saying is actually in line with what a dictator does. So you may have been joking about it on Hannity, but your actions are kind of out of the dictator's playbook.
Well, first of all, I'm on the side that Trump absolutely should have absolute immunity. The United States president should be absolutely immune from any kind of criminal prosecution because the decisions that they have to make, what sounds good today may not be so good tomorrow.
So wait a minute, you're saying so you're saying while the president is in office, they should have absolute immunity.
Yeah.
So they cannot commit a crime. When you're president of this country, it is impossible for you to commit a crime.
When you're the United States president, you should have absolute immunity. Look, Barack Obama killed an American citizen. He murdered him with a drone strike.
Yeah, but what if you sell a country out? What if you sell a country out to the highest bidder? I mean, look, I'm only going to be in office for 4 more years, and they only paying me $500,000 a year, and Xi Jinping has just offered me citizenship and $100 billion for U.S. nuclear secrets. I'm going to sell them. After all, I got immunity. You don't see a problem with that?
You know who's guilty? You know who's responsible for that? Every single U.S. citizen, because we put his happy ass into office. That's our responsibility to put these people into office. If we trust them enough to run our nation, we trust them enough to make decisions that can make or break tomorrow. We got to trust them. We got to trust them with we literally trust them with our lives.
So what you're saying is that Richard Nixon was not the problem. It was the U.S. citizens for voting him in.
Yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, yeah.
I don't know. That's scary, man, because somebody can lie to you, just like in a relationship. You get with a chick, and she ruins your life, takes all your finances, and the judge says, I don't blame her. I blame you for choosing her. You're okay with that?
That's exactly my thought, too. I've been there, done that, Tim.
You know, I thought about when I was saying that shit. I'm like, damn, I just said something that every damn man probably don't heard before. All right, Gen X. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
What was your second question?
Talking about, is America a Christian nation?
Is America a Christian nation?
Yeah, with the way we are with capitalism, we don't seem to give a damn about the downtrodden. You see how we are about immigrants. Are we really a Christian nation?
I think we were founded that way. I don't know that that's what we've morphed into. I think somewhere down the line we derailed. We went in 2 different ways as a society.
Oh shit! But Gen X, we were founded on slavery as well. You think You think God was okay with that?
No, we weren't founded on slavery. That's bullshit. Slavery was around before the founding of our country.
And slavery
was around hundreds of years before the nation was founded. So you can't put that on our founding fathers.
And we did absolutely. And you said we were founded on Christianity. You said slavery was before we became a nation. Once we became a nation, we did absolutely nothing to end slavery. In fact, we tried to expand it. Is that
I agree with.
Is that Christian?
That I agree with.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but eventually, as a people, as a collective, we got it right. Took us a little fucking while, but
a few hundred years.
But eventually we got it right.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think we've come a long way since then. And I think that us as a civilization, we could be the fucking shining beacon of hope for the world if we'd all just stop being so fucking stupid and hating each other for stupid shit.
I like that, but you can't have January 6th being televised to the world. That don't look good.
Yeah, you know, I can't have an opinion on J6. I really don't like to speak on that, but I hear what you're saying.
All right. Appreciate you coming through as always. At least we do agree immunity for law enforcement is ridiculous. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's dumb. Have a good night, brother.
You too. Gen X is MAGA, definitely a friend of the show. Always happy to talk to Gen X. Looking in the comments, January 6th was planned by Nancy and Christopher Wray. I'm assuming you were talking about Nancy Pelosi there, Snowbird. Here's the issue with that. If January 6th was planned by Nancy Pelosi and Christopher Wray, as you're stating, why isn't Trump saying that? If these ended, because I'm assuming you're saying that Nancy Pelosi didn't try to help out Trump. If they planned January 6th, can you explain why Trump is calling it a good day? He favors what Nancy Pelosi did? Because Trump speaks very positively of January 6th. So something needs to be cleared up there. Something is not making sense, at least in my opinion. Proof the FBI, others were dressed up, says James. It still goes back to my original statement. If the FBI was involved, why isn't Trump saying anything about it? Why is Trump speaking so favorably of Ray Epps and the FBI trying to ruin his protest? Why is he saying it was a good day? You got a lot of Trump supporters that are in prison. Why is he saying that turned out to be a good day? Something does not make sense. Stray says, why dodge me? No one gets dodged here. No one gets dodged here. We don't believe in blocking, banning, or censoring any damn body. You don't have to agree with anybody in the program, including yours truly. You could tap the screen, though, and get the likes up to around 70,000. There's still 500 plus of you in here. You could be anywhere you want to be this Saturday evening. Certainly a pleasure having you here with me. YouTubers, feel free to smash that like button. Going back to the box, rather, as opposed to dodging anyone, we'll talk to Stray. Good evening, Stray. Why would you think I would dodge you, sir?
Good day. Good day, sir. Oh, dude, I've tried to get on your page forever, and you know that. You know that, dude. Okay. Many a times.
Well, let me start out by stating I apologize for not seeing you. We don't dodge anybody, man. We don't have any issue with your opinion, whether it is agreeable or ridiculous. So you weren't dodged. I didn't see you. But anyway, you've been listening in. What am I missing?
Yes, sir. What I really want to say is that Trump is no more than a diversional topic. He's something to like and not like. That's all it is. Since 9/11, everything has become a diversionary topic.
What do they divert? What are they trying to divert us from?
From the truth of 9/11. The truth of 9/11 was an inside job, and both parties are complicit in the cover-up as well as mass media. We cannot ignore this. We can't ignore the fact that 9/11 was an inside job.
Okay, what was the purpose of doing that?
Never read a book? You never read a book on 9/11?
Yeah, I've heard the towers don't fall that way.
Hear me out then. Let me give you a book, the greatest book that needs to be read by every American, every soul in the world. You don't think the world knows that?
Wait a minute. Hold on, Stray. I'm not trying to stop you from talking, but when I ask you for your opinion, refer me to a book. We're having a program. Let me hear what you have to say. I don't want to hear some author summarize the book. What?
I told you straight up. It was straight up. I bet I throw my life away if 9/11 was an inside job. I studied it for years. I was unemployed for years. The greatest book is Conspiracy Theory by Jim Mars. It's a 400. Don't interrupt, please. It's a 400-page reference book of facts that happened on 9/11. Okay, and until the country takes 9/11 serious, you're all fucking pretenders.
Why didn't Trump tell us this?
Why you would put Trump's hat. You know, Trump, honestly, sir, Trump is the greatest leader of the stunted and less blessed since Hitler. And for you to fucking hold that hat there, you're ignorant to that fact.
The stunted, wait, but you said he's the greatest leader of the stunted and less
blessed since Hitler.
Damn. What do you think of Obama? What did you think of Obama?
That's a fact. Obama, I wrote Obama. Obama was a nice man. He was charming, but charm is not enough. Okay, he still fell in line. He still sucked ass. I wrote Obama. I wrote Obama a letter about 9/11. I said I would physically hold his hand together and change his fucking world.
What about Biden?
Biden, like I said, dude, they're all in bed together. They're all in bed together.
You think Trump and Biden are in bed together?
Oh, the whole system is in bed together. It's a fucking phony charade to pretend to make you think you got a choice. You ain't got no choice. They're sleeping together. They're eating each other out. Trust me.
So damn. So let me ask you this, if I can get a straight face out of this. Why did America commit that inside job? What was the goal of doing that?
Well, first of all, we live in a world of have and have-nots, okay? Mr. Silverstein, those two towers were to be abated. And what's funny is most people only know of two towers.
You're not answering the question.
I just told you.
What was the goal? What was the goal of doing that?
I'm trying to, let me finish. He was avoiding abating those buildings. All right, it would cost him $1 billion to take the asbestos out of those buildings. You honestly need to pick up a book and read. Honestly. And it's factual. It's factual. It's not political, nothing. Like I said, both parties are complicit in the cover-up of 9/11.
Any idea why the Muslim world, particularly bin Laden, was taking credit for this for 10 years? If he didn't do it?
He didn't. That's all propaganda. He didn't take credit. I wouldn't be surprised if bin Laden was living on the Bush compound.
So SEAL team, you got SEAL team. Straight. Wait a minute. Hold on. You got SEAL Team 6 actually admitting they participated in this execution.
This is a fact. When we couldn't fly in this country, when we couldn't fly, me and you, who were they flying out of the country? They were flying the bin Ladens out of the country. Again, read a book, read a true reference book. It's a reference book that has been revisited, reprinted, and it's the greatest book if you want to live real on this planet. You know, if you want to follow phony gods as well, that bullshit too, the world's belief system needs to be changed. We all need to step back, reevaluate, recalibrate our belief system.
I gotta ask you the obvious question. Considering what you're saying, I gotta. Okay, hang on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Considering what you're saying, I gotta ask the obvious question. What shape is the Earth?
Round.
Okay.
It's a ball.
All right, go ahead.
Don't be a smart ass. It's roundish at the top of your head, motherfucker. All right?
Good comeback.
No. Can you interrupted me. I want to convey something.
Go ahead.
Until it's all up to us. Until we are united in our uncertainties, nothing will ever change in this world. We live in a world of pretenders. We live in a world of enablers. We live in a world of cowards. All right? Until there's true sacrifice, we're just going to fucking starve together.
Wow. All right, Stray. You're always welcome back. No, there's no dodging here. I didn't see you in there.
Thank you for the time, and please excuse my tone. You know, there's a reason I'm fucking homeless. It's because I don't eat shit, and I don't know how to be any way else but me.
All right. You lived up to the name, Stray. Appreciate it. Wow. Me and the last caller disagree on virtually everything, but he is allowed to speak. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Wow. But let me say something before we move on. he's definitely not the first person to say that was an inside job. That is an extremely common viewpoint. Many folks have a different reason as to why it was done. He's the first person I've heard say they took it down for asbestos. That's a bit. You killed 3,000 people over asbestos. Now others might say some other reason, but asbestos, really? All right. Looking in the comment section, I see Stray in the comments says, do your homework. Here's the problem before we move on with the programming. Tap the screen, folks. You can get me on up to around 80,000. We're moving the program on in the like section. Somewhat. There's some participation there. My YouTube side is certainly, I see in the comments, Grant Hampson said for asbestos crack pipe. Okay, all right. Be nice to the guests. Tap the screen. My TikTok viewers certainly get the likes on up to around 80,000. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. But yeah, he's not the only one that believes that was done that way. But I will say, in regards to his suggestion about doing your homework, here's the problem. You can do all the homework you want. If you're getting your information from a biased teacher, your homework is not that valuable. I mean, I can sit there and watch MSNBC 24 hours a day and tell MAGA everything I saw. It's all bullshit to them because the place I did my homework is somewhere they don't trust. Just like if you came to me with a story straight out of the Epic Times, the Epic Times, or PragerU, you can do all the homework you want from PragerU. At the end of the day, I don't know if it's valid, because some of the sources are biased. So it is what it is. Looking in the comments, though, Enoch, it's EPOCH, Andy, I think, Epic Times. That's the name of the publication. I need to get in the shower. Okay, Andy. That's the first I've ever heard of that. But we're asking that question. Giving police immunity from prosecution. Let me talk to Andy while she's still dry. Good evening, Andy.
Have you seen Biden's new video? Go ahead and give him an immunity. He'll just take Trump out, rob the Fed, leave town with all the gold. They have made a field day out of how ridiculous this is. Nixon knew he wasn't guilty, and so that's why he got a pardon.
Yeah. But what about my other caller who always has choice words for you? I think it's something like "make me a sandwich."
Oh my Lord! Look, he has no idea what Trump said in that interview, and the fact that he tried to say it was a joke clearly said he didn't hear it, because Hannity tried to walk that back for him. Yeah. I mean, Hannity thought, this is an easy, question. He'll say no. He said yes. Hannity freaked out. I mean, you literally see the panic. It's like, no, you don't mean that, do you, sir? Yeah. He has no idea what he's talking about. I told him to make me a sandwich.
Yeah, he's on YouTube right now telling you to make him
a sandwich. And then I told him I didn't want him to make me a sandwich because I don't trust his judgment on knowing what's wrong.
Yeah.
I wouldn't need anything he gave me his judgments for. No.
But give him credit. Even Gen X admits that giving police blanket immunity is ridiculous, and he's MAGA. Even he. In fact, I haven't had a single guest.
The president needed immunity, and so he forgets that Trump won't be the only one that gets immunity. It'll be every president, and the rest of the presidents all dislike Trump immensely.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess you're right.
So if they all get immunity, what's he thinking? How safe is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Why do you think you want to give the police immunity, though? Why do you think you even want to do that?
Because, we all know, he wants to injure those he don't think are worthy.
Yeah. Now, he has promised to some degree that if he is reelected, scorched earth, revenge.
Oh, yeah.
So if he gives the police immunity, it could be really interesting. If the police have immunity, he has immunity, and he's on a mission of revenge. It could get to be really interesting.
How many police unlobbyings did we have just this weekend?
You mean them taking out citizens?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit, who knows? But I mean...
I think it was two that I know about. How about that?
Yeah, but most of the police shootings are justified, you would think, don't you?
Well, was that kid that was standing there with a toy one that was on his way home that got pew-pewed and now they're going to court? he lived, but they still fired on him without finding out anything. Child wasn't doing a damn thing wrong.
Yeah, see, here's the issue I have with this. And I always say, God, we need law enforcement. I'm not one to ever believe defunding the police. You need a police for a civilized society to operate. But to me, the issue is this. You can't have accurate police and the Second Amendment simultaneously. I believe a lot of times the police make mistakes because they know anybody can have a gun. I think in our society, because everybody is armed, many have more arms than the actual cops themselves. They're fearful every time they pull any of us over. They're tapping the quarter panel of our car to leave their fingerprints behind. Every cop is like, this might be my last day. We've created a fearful police force.
I'm not for getting rid of the police, but I'm not going to stand here and say I trust them.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what happened to Breonna Taylor, Dr. DeWarren. We have too many vigilantes running around this country.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, in regards to what you and I are talking about, Mary says, disarm the public, good luck. No, I'm not talking about disarming the public. I'm just explaining.
Said that either.
Yeah, I'm just explaining why the police are on edge. Because everybody they encounter might have a gun. When I lived in Australia, I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, I was a bouncer in the clubs there. I had my own business, but I would work in the hip hop clubs over there with the New Zealanders and the Fijians, the more violent crowd over there. And you could tell the difference between the public and police because the police didn't fear getting shot. You could see how much more easier they were. They didn't escalate all the scenarios because they were the only ones with the guns. In America, because anybody can pull out a gun, it does keep people on edge.
Well, my issue is they say that guns don't kill people. People do. Well, then they shouldn't say that anything about the thing coming across the border, the drug coming across the border. Because it doesn't kill people. People do.
I've said that too. A bag of shit. Yeah.
Their logic is faulty. That's my problem. They're not consistent on anything. Like they say birth begins at first breath. At conception. But reality is, law says it is with brainwaves. Like if somebody is under in a coma, how do they determine if they take off life support?
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, the guy I was talking about, Gen X, who always references you, he suggested that they hand out a certificate of life at conception.
Of course he would. But then again, after what he said, let's think about how many women are actually going to go out with him. You know the 4B Amendment is sweeping across America, right? I'm serious. You've heard of the 4B Amendment?
What is that?
Women are taking a page from women in Korea, and they're not going to get married. They're not going to have kids. They're not going to date men, and they're not going to have, anything else with men.
What are you going to do, fuck a bear? That ain't going to be fun.
Oh, well, guess what? The bear's biblical. There's a passage in Psalms that said better to deal with an angry bear than to put up with the folly of a fool. It's biblical. Wow. How great is that? Even the Bible chose the bear.
Yeah, but don't the Bible believe in procreation?
The Bible says first breath. Jewish religion believes in first breath as well, because they know that there's problems with babies. So until they breathe, they're not an issue. The Constitution says nobody has rights till they're born.
Yeah. 14th
Amendment, all persons born. Don't say anything about the child in the womb.
So let me ask you in regards to our other topic, since you're mentioning what the Bible says, do you see America as a Christian nation?
No. You know why Virginia's named Virginia?
Why?
For the Virginia Trading Company. Let's be honest. The Mayflower consisted of merchants, the strangers, and a few Quakers. When they got here, they signed the Mayflower Compact, which was this country's first, or the people that got here's first documentation of coming into the world, so self-governance. And so they all signed this compact, loosely agreeing to, take care of each other and watch out for each other. You can go read the Mayflower Compact.
I didn't know this.
And so basically the Quakers went their own way, and the merchants and the strangers became the government. Hence the Virginia Trading Company.
I did not know that.
One of my descendants was the stranger, and I owe a debt forever in my life because of what my ancestor did to the BIPOC people. I'm actually descended from the first liaison from Plymouth Colony to the indigenous people.
Well, you're teaching me something. By the way, your friend Gen X is saying, God, she makes me hungry. You too, I don't know.
Apparently, he don't know I can't cook. And what is it with Republican men always saying creepy stuff to me? That's just nasty. All
right, Andy, I'll let you take your shower. I do appreciate
let me finish the quick. The Quakers primarily did not have good sustained. They didn't do so well during the first winter.
Okay.
So there were less of them, but the government was literally the strangers and the management for the companies that were the merchants. The last thing about that is George Washington was a denizen. Do you know what that is?
No.
He did not believe in praying in public. He believed you keep your prayers and stuff in-house. One of our founding fathers is an atheist. So I don't know where they got this built on them. The money didn't say under God we trust until the 40s.
Into the 40s. That I'm aware. Yeah, that I am aware of.
Our first Pledge of Allegiance didn't even say it.
Yeah, that I am aware of.
They added that later. Right. So no, that is their fantasy, and that's what they want to turn us into, is a theocracy with Donald Trump as the head. Problem is, most of them are not without enough sin to make it in a theocracy.
Yikes. Well, we'll see in about 6 months, Andy. Appreciate you coming through.
We're going to have Biden, so we don't have to worry about it. See ya.
All right. See ya. All right, moving on with the program. Looking in I wanted to read a comment. Here you go. V Pirate says, why do Democrats want to change the laws to hurt law-abiding citizens when a criminal breaks the law? I guess you're talking about Second Amendment or something of that nature. Here's the issue. I think, and you make somewhat of a point, but it's not the Democrats that want to change the laws. Everybody does. Everybody wants to change the laws when they think it'll favor them. Abortion, perfect example. They're changing the abortion laws. Are you telling me that's not going to hurt some people? Up to and including women that may possibly lose their lives because you believe the life of the unborn is more important than the life of the person that's walking around? So I'll tell you what I always say all the time before I go back to the box is, the Second Amendment and abortion have a hell of a lot in common with one exception. The Second Amendment is part of the Constitution. Abortion rights is not. But outside of that, they have a lot in common. And that is the right believes that by banning abortion, you're saving lives by banning abortion. And after all, if you do ban abortion, there are millions of children that will be born that would have potentially been aborted. So you could be saving lives. Well, the left views the same thing about the Second Amendment. By banning guns, you'd save a ton of lives. And just like with abortion, there is some validity to that. It's particularly with suicides. Because if everyone that used a firearm to commit suicide had to use something else, a lot of them folks would live. Because guns were designed to kill. The reason people choose guns is because they kill better than anything else. Yeah, you can use a knife, a bomb, a car, whatever. But nothing kills better than a firearm. That's why people keep choosing it. It is far more effective at doing it. If you want to take out your rival, you can pick up a weapon or you can pick up a knife, a bat, or anything. But a gun is more likely to get the job done. So if our society had less guns, there is most likely you would save some lives. I don't know how many, because folks are going to say, well, a gun I used to defend my life and I'm alive because I had a gun. True enough, that happens, but there's a hell of a lot of folks that are doing bad in our society that could not successfully do what they did if they didn't have a gun. Taking out students in schools would be exceptionally challenging if you didn't have firearms. If you were a fifth grader and you wanted to go to school and take out a bunch of other fifth graders and guns weren't around, that's almost impossible to do. Certainly it is incredibly more difficult. So there is a lot of lives that will be saved. And I do believe that both sides, whether it's the right with abortion or the liberals with Second Amendment, they're trying to save lives in the end. And the resistance is the same for both sides too. The women are saying, well, you're taking away our rights. The Second Amendment folks are saying you're taking away our rights. I mean, but there is a big similarity between both of them. All praises to Yah. Thank you for the super chat. Says Gen Xer has no critical thinking. Seems to me he's a guy who will vote for Trump no matter what. What a goofy. Yikes. Now, I don't know if Gen X will vote for Trump no matter what, but I will say this, though. And Gen X did agree that if Trump promising to give immunity to police, he said he'd still vote for him. That's dangerous. And Gen Xer didn't hesitate to say it's a horrible idea. To me, that is dangerous to have Trump promising to give police immunity from persecution. That's like what crooked cops are made of. If we believe that one reason why a lot of liberal cities have a hell of a lot of crime is because the judges are soft on crime, imagine if you gave them immunity. Imagine if you gave them where they don't even have to worry about getting arrested for it. You can see that letting a shoplifter out in 24 hours motivates him to shoplift again. But giving full immunity to police officers doesn't make the same argument. If you don't like liberals being soft on crime, this immunity to police officers should actually it should cause outrage. It should cause outrage. Going back to the box, and in the comments, Kim says, I highly doubt he said that. Fair enough. Just type in, go to Google, Trump immunity for cops. See what you get. Trump immunity for cops. You don't have to agree with yours truly. Understand that. Not only do you not have to agree with me, I bring folks up, you can tell me to my damn face. And if you're right, I'll concede the point all day. It's not about me knowing everything, because I don't have all the damn answers. And for you folks watching, you don't either. It's not my program. It's not your program. It's our program. That's how we exchange ideas. There is no censorship here, folks. But if you don't believe me, as they always say, look it up. Going back to the box, we'll keep it moving with ABC. Good afternoon, or better yet, good evening. Welcome to the program. He did say that, by the way. ABC.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Have you heard what I just stated? Trump suggested that he would give cops immunity if he's reelected.
Yeah, can I play a 1 minute of him actually saying what he said?
60 seconds. Go.
Yep, 60 seconds. That way we can get the exact.
You sure it's not? You sure it's not AI? You know they're going to say that. Go ahead, play it. Let me hear it.
All right, here we go. Let me turn up volume so everybody can hear it. All right, rolling now.
Look, we have to deport a lot of people, and they have to start immediately. People don't know that Dwight Eisenhower is a pretty tough president. I never thought of it as that, but 10 years ago, you start reading and you start really seeing, and he was a big deporter. And he would deport tremendous numbers of people, and they'd bring them just to the other side of the border, they'd come back. He'd bring them again, they'd come back. Then he brought them 2,000 miles back, and they didn't come back. We have no choice. And the way you do it is your local police. We have the greatest police. They don't get the respect that they have to get. They are treated so badly. They do something, and they end up losing their pension, even if it's a good thing. If they stop crime nowadays, they lose their pension, their family, their house. And we're going to give immunity to police, and we're going to let the police do the job that they have to do. I think it's very important. They understand who these migrants are. They know them by their first name, their last name. They know where they come from. They know everything about. It's going to be the local police are going to turn them over, and we're going to have to move them back to their country.
Okay, so the context of that has nothing to do with what is being blown up on social media. It was all about immigration. And then he never said total immunity.
Let me interrupt you and say this. To me, saying, okay, Trump said he's going to give police immunity, but you're saying the context.
Can we agree that he never said total immunity?
Yes.
Can we just agree on that?
Yeah, but he didn't say limited immunity either.
No, I agree. Yeah.
But
everybody's saying that he's saying total immunity, and that was never said.
Yeah, but unless you specify partial immunity, if you went to court with Trump saying I'm going to give you immunity, I don't think that. Go ahead.
He's doing an interview on illegal immigration, and he makes this passing comment that the media is just going to make hay out of it. Why? Because they make money off of it.
Let me just say this to you. Even if you're talking about getting the border under control and deporting people, you shouldn't be granted immunity, even if it's only in regard what you're talking about. We're only going to give them immunity in regards to deporting people. You realize how many immigrants
that these cops are being.
But hold on, no. But hear me out.
Okay.
You realize even if you're a cop deporting people, and you get immunity in that area, you realize how many immigrants you could rape and do all kinds of stuff to because you got immunity in the terms of deporting people? You don't need immunity to do this.
We've seen this man for 4 years in office. Did he ever do anything like that?
He never said anything when he was president about immunity.
You got to go off somebody's reputation. Did he ever do anything? No, No, he said stuff that they claim that he was going to do to them. That he was going to lock this person. Hell, he didn't even lock up Hillary. He made his own base mad because he didn't go after her. He talks a lot of stuff. But you know what? Did you know that the Supreme Court actually ruled that congressmen and senators can lie while they're on the campaign trail, and it is legal?
Yeah, but I get your point, but let me just say this. In regards to Trump making these wild statements and you're saying where he joked about Hillary Clinton and he never did it. Remember when Beto O'Rourke yelled out, "You're damn right we're going to take your ARs"? Nobody started talking about context. What comes out of your mouth makes people make decisions. People to this day do not like liberals because
he was going to pass laws to do it, though. That's a big difference.
Well, he's talking about passing laws to give them immunity.
Immunity, yes. Cops do need some immunity. Look at.
I don't hear partial. ABC, I don't hear the word. You're telling what you're saying is partial immunity. I didn't hear that from him.
We're going to give them back their immunity. Meaning, did you know that the Democrats had voted into a law the year before that, or maybe it's 2 years before that, to where, and I just saw that while I was looking for this. They passed a law after the Chauvin deal, to where they wanted to strip all cops, and then you end up with all this lawlessness in these big cities. They went too far. And so what he's saying is, let's scale it back.
Here's what I want to hear, and maybe you can clear it up for me. What rights have what rights have police lost in regards to having to deport people that they need to get immunity? What can they not do now in terms of deporting folks that Trump want to get them immunity and allow them to do?
Let me answer this two ways. One, the first case I ever heard of was a gentleman I met who was a sheriff's officer this was all the way back in the 90s. He got sued for everything he owned over something that was a technical. In other words, they raided the wrong home.
Okay.
Wasn't even his fault. He didn't do any of the paperwork. He didn't give the orders to go into the home. But because he was one of the cops doing his job, had to file bankruptcy. Yeah,
I just say it like this.
Put everything he owned in his dad's name from then on, out of fear that it would happen again, because this guy was a good guy. There was nothing wrong with this guy. This guy was straight up. He wanted to help people, but criminals have criminal minds, and they have lots of money to bend the politicians to do what they want to do.
Well, let me just say what you just said. Criminals have, criminal minds and things like that. If I'm a criminal and I want to make some money, why not go out and take the police, the test to become a border patrol officer or whatever? Because once I get that job, I'm going to get immunity in regards to deporting folks and just shake down immigrants all day.
Doesn't mean that you're not going to have, I told you, this guy that I met in the 90s, this was before the Democrats rolled all this back. He got sued then. You'll never have total immunity. The law has never, and he said, give them back immunity. The law has never given them absolute immunity, ever.
Yeah, see, I don't get that. And in the comments, Pep says, can someone answer what the police need immunity from? One person, answer that, please. How about that question? What do the police need immunity from?
False allegations. How many women have claimed that cops have inappropriately touched them, and then you see it right there on the camera that it never happened?
So
I am not so pro-cop that I'm saying
Oh yeah, let's just let them do anything.
You sound like
I'm
you
saying
are.
what he's saying. I'm saying what Trump was saying. Let's roll it back. Let's give it back to them the way it was. Because yeah, there were abuses, but look how many more abuses are coming from the civilians.
But wait a minute, you mentioned in regards to that question you were asked, what do police need immunity for? You said false allegations about women. Let me say this. So in other words, if a woman goes in to report that a cop raped her, does it just get tossed out because he has immunity from that claim?
No. It's not.
That's what you said.
No. You asked what they need immunity from.
Right.
Arresting this woman and then her being able to come back and do what she did. So if you take away all his immunity, if he so much as touched her, then all of a sudden, guess what? He's prosecuted. Or if someone makes a false allegation, he's prosecuted.
But how do you know they're not making a real allegation? If you're giving them immunity, you're assuming that there's too many false allegations.
Well,
so none of these things matter.
Before they rolled these laws back, I think it was there was plenty of look. One thing of abuse is too much. But do you honestly think it's going to stop anything? If people want to do stuff, they're going to do stuff. My point is that.
Wait, hold on. Let me just answer your question.
Look at what is immunity. What is immunity? Not total immunity. What is immunity?
He didn't say anything about partial immunity, ABC.
He also didn't say full immunity.
Wait, hold on. You don't have to. If you say you're giving somebody immunity, it is assumed that they're immune.
The Democrats put way too many laws in place that hurt the cop from doing his job. And he's saying, basically, we're going to roll it back to the way it was.
That ain't what he said in the thing you just played. He said we're going to give them immunity.
Okay. No, he said we're going to give them their immunity back.
Okay. I don't know. Back for what?
This is not a new thing. This is what they already had.
Yeah, but when he said we're going to give them their immunity.
Again, if you want me to.
I think we heard it. But when he said going to give them when he says he's going to give them their immunity back, is he talking about from the 1960s or the 1860s? How do we know? How do we know?
Let's use some common sense. If he wanted to do that before, he could have done that.
I would submit to you that offering immunity.
He was elected in 2016 and took office in 17. Between 17 and 20, okay, if he wanted to go back to those kind of years, that's when he would have done that.
Here's the problem, ABC. Most of the stuff you're saying that Trump meant is you ad-libbing in terms of partial immunity or immunity that's only in relations to deportation. He didn't say any of that stuff.
He also didn't say that he was going to do the things that a lot of people were insinuating.
He said immunity.
He didn't say full immunity. He didn't say absolute immunity.
What are you halfway? Wait. What are you halfway?
Immunity.
Are you halfway pregnant? I mean, immunity's immunity. You don't have to say full.
No, it's not. Look, if immunity's immunity, then why did the Democrats strengthen the lack of immunity law?
I don't know what that means.
Because there are variations of it. They're saying that Chauvin and all the other cops, they, in their opinion, had absolute immunity. That's what they're saying. They didn't. I'm telling you, that guy that I met got sued. That proves they didn't have absolute immunity. Cops were arrested. Chauvin was arrested before they ever did those laws. Okay. There was no absolute immunity. That's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm just saying this. Even if
I'm going to ask you one question. Name a time from 2000 till now when cops have had on the books legally had absolute immunity.
Never. That's why it's so surprising that Trump would say that.
That's why he was saying we're gonna tamp it back from what the Democrats put in law.
Okay, you and I completely disagree on this one. I mean, to me, you're playing.
Everybody hears what they want to hear, I guess.
I just heard immunity. You're the one that's breaking immunity down to syllables and saying this mean that. I heard immunity.
Ask yourself, are there different degrees of immunity the way that the law looks at it?
There are different degrees of immunity the way the laws look at it, and they will specify that. When they say you have immunity,
absolute, then what makes you think it's going to be absolute?
His wording His wording makes us think that.
We just agreed that there's different degrees. So what degree was he going to do it?
Okay, listen, we just disagree.
He said, I'm going to give it back to them.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to go back to saying what I told you before. Even if what you're saying is 100% true, where it's only immunity used in conjunction. Hold on, hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish the point. Even if what you're saying is true, where his wording of immunity means only in conjunction with deportations, there's a host of bad things you can do to immigrants in the process of, you can murder one of them.
You can do that with absolute immunity.
Okay. All right. All right, ABC.
Immunity doesn't stop you from doing something.
Okay. I don't think it should ever be
accountable for what you did.
It should have never been brought up, is my point. You should have never talked about it.
I can agree with that.
It's a horrible, and your discussion and my discussion shows how bad it is, because even if you're right, what I'm saying is a legitimate point to question, because most of the stuff you're saying is not coming out of his mouth.
How many stupid things has every president had and it never came to fruition at all?
A lot, but that don't mean you ignore it.
Especially when they're on the stump.
But that doesn't mean you ignore it, though. I don't know if
I did, because I saw it as rolling back what Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the radical Democrats did. After all the riots.
But like I said earlier in the program,
they did it for political gain. That's what they did it for.
All right, fair enough. But like I said,
still paying the consequence for it.
All right, ABC, appreciate it. Come on back anytime, man.
Brother, I always love talking to you.
And same. Now, me and him disagree, and I think a lot of you folks in the comments, I was surprised. Now, and I say this all the time: if you truly love Trump, you can come up with ways to make all of this shit sound right. That was pretty interesting. I saw a lot of folks that I know in the comments are straight MAGA, and was even shocked by that. That was pretty interesting. But get him in credit. Get him in credit. He should be a lawyer. You know, that was pretty interesting. But the issue that Trump often faces is he makes statements and people interpret it one way, and his supporter says, no, you're taking that out of context. Here's what leaves me often baffled. The supporters of Trump will tell you all the time, one reason why we voted for Trump is he speaks like a typical New Yorker. He shoots straight from the hip. He speaks his mind. Then why the hell is it always having to be taken out of context? If you speak your mind, it should be clear as day what you're talking about. Now, my last caller pretty much broke down Trump's statement about immunity all the way down to only in reference to deportations. Even though Trump didn't say nothing like that. He was talking about deportations, and in the process said that cops need to have immunity. Well, who knows if he's not going to start talking about crime in liberal cities and say they also should have immunity? We don't know. Fact is, him throwing around the word immunity opens up the door for people to start asking, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How about for cops to be able to do their job more effectively and get all of these illegals out of the country? We're going to roll back some restrictions on cops while in the process of implementing our deportation laws. That takes immunity off the damn table for stuff like what I'm mentioning, rapes and murders and robberies and all that other shit. The wording is terrible. Even if you totally support Trump, the wording it leaves the door open to what just happened with me and my last caller. By the way, as always, welcome back. Thank you for coming through, ABC. Going back to the box, though, they don't need to do anything illegal to handle any issues. Well said. And that's the point I was trying to make there, Pep. Well said, is that you don't need to give them immunity to enforce the border and protect this nation. You don't need. I mean, when Trump was president, he was bragging about how great he was doing at the border. They didn't have immunity then. Why do they need it now? Why do they need it now? Going back to the box, what am I getting wrong in this? Wow, immunity. And somehow, wow, what did I get wrong on that one? PT, good evening. Welcome to the program, PT.
Jim, how's it going?
It's going good. I want to be immune from mistakes in this conversation. What am I getting wrong?
Listen, I think if you take a step back for a second and think, why would Trump bring up the immunity thing? Because This is the trend with him lately, right? He wants immunity for himself.
True.
For everything. For everything, apparently, even according to his lawyers, if he kills somebody or whatever. And now he's talking about, oh, well, cops need to have immunity too. And you're exactly right. He said they were talking about the immigration thing, and then he said cops need to have immunity. He didn't say limited at all.
Yeah.
He was talking about total immunity.
But what about what my last guest said? He didn't talk about partial immunity, but he never used the phrase total immunity either.
I think, well, that's kind of what I was getting at when I'm saying that he wants total immunity for himself. So when he says cops need immunity, look, it's good to look out for our law enforcement, right? And give them the tools they need. But when you start giving, he's only saying it because he wants it for himself. That's the trend with Trump, right? He's going to say that because he knows that his base, and there's a certain amount of people who are going to agree with him and say, oh, all gung-ho, yeah, that's right, give the cops immunity. Well, guess what's going to happen if you give cops immunity? The bad ones, look, most cops are good people. We need them, law enforcement, we need to support that. But there are ones out there that are bad. We've all seen it, right?
Right.
So when you start giving immunity, then some of them are going to take things too far, and that's exactly what he did. I don't think the cop immunity thing is the problem. He's saying it because he wants it for himself, and if he makes you believe that cops can have it, then you're more likely to believe that he should have it.
Wow.
And I think that's really what he's trying to do, is bolster his own standpoint on his own immunity. That's what I think.
I don't get why any Constitution-loving American would think that immunity is something good. I mean, like one of my viewers, Pep, said in the comments, you don't need immunity to enforce the law. I mean, it sounds Gestapo-like, in my opinion. That's what was happening when they were rounding up Jews. Hitler's police, the Gestapo, had immunity. Anything they did was okay.
Exactly. Why do you need immunity if you're not breaking the law, right? He knows he broke the law. He's admitted to half of the stuff that he's done. And now he's just saying, well, we got to have immunity, right? So you're exactly right. He wants it because he knows he broke the law. And that's the only reason you would ever need immunity. If you're not doing anything to break the law, then you're not going to need immunity. And the hypothetical that your last guest came up with, where, oh, well, women are, they're touching the women or whatever. And then he said, oh, but it's on body cam. Well, if it's on body cam, then they're not going to, then it's not a problem, right? It's going to show up in court. So that hypothetical didn't make any sense to me at all, because you don't need immunity because the body cam footage is going to show what happened.
Yeah. I was shocked. I mean, I was saying I had yet to have a guest support Trump's immunity suggestion, and there was one. He played some good spin ball. I've never seen that. I'm like, wow, immunity is pretty damn strong, but because he didn't say full immunity, it wasn't a problem. I mean, we were taking that out of context, according to him.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think you have to, like a lot of people have been saying lately, we need to start taking what Trump says seriously. I think we've become insensitized to the things that he does and the things that he says, because it's something new every damn day. Like every day there's something that he does or says that makes most of us shake our heads and say, what the hell is this guy? Think about for a minute how sick of a man he has to be to push these concepts, to know that he's broken the law and think that he's going to convince America or Americans that he deserves to be immune from everything. And I love the response that Democrats have, which is, okay, let's just give Biden total immunity for everything now. He could lock you up right now and nobody could hold him. And like the one Supreme Court justice said, even the seat of the president of the United States will become like the seat of corruption. And if you give them, if they think they have total immunity from everything.
Here's the thing that I do got to move it on, but here's the thing. I think that even if Trump was given, even if the Supreme Court gives Trump total immunity, which I don't think they're going to do it, but even if they gave him immunity, I don't think Biden would seize on that opportunity to do anything crooked. I don't think he would do it. I don't think it's in him to go that far. So
no, I agree with you 100%. But I think if Trump gets back in there again, he's going to push this immunity thing because presidents are immune when they're in office, right? You can't arrest a sitting president, and that's so you have to vote your conscience when it comes to that, thinking of what the person you're voting for is going to do when they get in there, knowing what he knows now that he is immune when he's in the office.
Yeah, well, to me, that's frightening. What's more frightening to me is folks defending it, but it is frightening. I got to move it on, PT. Man, troubling times, man. Troubling times. Appreciate you coming through, though.
Have a great night.
You too. Wow. I mean, immunity for any reason at all. I mean, like I stated earlier, if you believe one of the primary reasons we have so much crime in liberal cities is because they're soft on crime, just imagine what would happen if you gave them immunity, where they couldn't even be charged for the crime. Wouldn't you expect crime to go up? Why would you not expect that to apply in law enforcement? That there would be some things they could do that they had immunity from prosecution. I don't know. I'm surprised he played that clip, because when he played it, I thought he was going to be on the other side of that issue. I'm surprised he played that clip with that type of damning statement in it and then tried to defend it. That was amazing. Immunity for police is a very dangerous concept. Yeah, I don't see how folks don't see that. The Constitution separates the three powers so that Biden is caught committing a crime by using the DOJ. He would be caught committing the crime, but right now there's no proof. Right now, Biden weaponizing the DOJ, the Department of Justice, is an allegation made mainly by Trump and his supporters, by MAGA. But there is no actual evidence of Biden weaponizing the DOJ. And as my last caller said, as long as he's president, I don't know if he can be prosecuted on it anyway. Lewis, go find your real... My God, I'm going to leave that one alone. Trump won't be president. Let's be real. They got him good. I don't know about that save man, woman piece. I don't know. I don't know if you had to guess, I want to take a quick poll. A number between 0 and 100%. What do you believe are the chances that Trump will be president come this November, or president-elect? He'll get sworn in January of 2025. But between 0 and 100, what percent chance do you believe Trump has to become president? Somebody put 999. I don't know what the hell that references to the question. 40. Okay, there's a lot of folks, particularly on my YouTube side. Now, the TikTok side is a little lower, but on the YouTube side, I got a hell of a lot of folks that believe Trump is going to be the man. Is going to be the man. Somebody said that would be a violation of U.S. Code 57311. All right. Trump got powed. Wu-Tang. Here's one of the things I will say, and somebody said the DOJ should have immunity. Yikes. If they find a way not to let the left cheat, then it's 100% chance, says Shawnee. Here's the problem. Particularly, this is to my beloved MAGA. I'm going to tell you about this. By the way, tap the screen. Get me on up to 110,000 likes. Thank you, folks that have been participating. Certainly let your thumbs not be lazy. 110,000 on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get me on up to 50. Thank you very much. If you enjoy civilized dialogue both sides of the aisle without the host block, banning, or censoring you, you are in the right place. My TikTok users, feel free to follow the programs, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Here's the issue about, well, Trump would win if they find a way to stop the liberals from cheating. And folks believing Trump is certainly going to win in November. If you believe, talking to my beloved MAGA, if you believe the liberals stole the 2020 election while Trump was actually president, stole it from under him while he was the nation's number one guy, what would make you think he's going to win again? I'm taking it from your side. I'm actually on your side with the notion that the Democrats are thieves. If they could do it while he was actually president, why do you think as a citizen he could win? He had the entire administration under his control. Now, all of a sudden, he's on the outside looking in. The Democrats control the Senate, and the Republicans have a very weak control over Congress. to the point where they're fighting with each other. If you believe the Democrats had that much power in 2020, you would assume 2024 is a complete loss. Because now Biden has grown significantly more powerful than he was in 2020. He's president. The liberals have become more powerful than they were in 2020. So what makes you think he can win now? You believe that Trump won by a landslide and the liberals stole it from him. But after that happened in 2024, we just going to vote again. This time we're going to win. How does that work? What has been changed? If you believe the election was stolen, what has been changed to stop it from happening again? Based on what we're looking at, the thieves, if you believe the Democrats stole the election, the thieves have gotten more powerful. Not to mention there's a hell of a lot of Republicans that don't believe it was stolen anyway. So how do you think you're going to, if they stole it, how can you stop them from stealing it again now that you're on the outside looking in? That makes no sense at all from a thievery point of view. You should be expecting the 2024 election to go Biden's way by theft. You should almost feel like it's guaranteed. If they can steal the election when they're on the outside, they'll easily be able to do it when they're on the inside. Why does that not make any sense? Why does folks think you could win while also believing it was stolen? That makes no sense at all. I don't believe your vote makes any difference. They put in who they want, says James Killer. Well, all right, fair enough. Biden's record mostly get over the margin of cheating, says David Stone. Once again, you're saying that Biden's record is going to make Trump be put back in office. But you believe Trump gave America a stellar economy. We didn't have any major global conflicts. Trump was doing a fantastic job, and they still were able to steal the election from under him. But you believe Biden's record is going to prevent it from happening again, even though Biden's in control of everything? This doesn't make sense. It really does not make sense. Going back to the box, if he's that good at stealing, that he can do it when he's not even in power, but now he's president and he's going to not be able to do it, that doesn't make any sense. Duke Vader, good evening. Welcome to the program, Duke. Good evening.
What's going on there, handsome liberal? You're a liberal. Of course you ask me these questions you don't understand.
So go ahead. What am I getting wrong?
Side. Don't try to act like you're on our side. You're not. I'm independent now, but I'm gonna answer one of your questions. How do we think they
Wait a minute. You went from MAGA to independent?
I've never been MAGA. For one thing, I've never been a Republican. I'm an independent conservative. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that, but I've told you that many times. And every time I come up here, you're saying I'm a Republican or a MAGA.
Yeah, sure.
I'm an independent.
Okay.
I am a Trump supporter.
All right, make your point.
I'm going to answer one of your questions, okay, is how do we think that it was stolen? We thought that, and we independents and Republicans thought it was stolen because we thought we was going to have a fair election. And it was during the COVID time that it happened. We watched the rallies with Trump. We watched the rallies with Biden. We watched the support. We watched everything. We even watched the election. And believe me, I've been watching elections as long as you have, probably a little bit longer. No way did I have ever went to bed with the polls closed, with Trump leading, and wake up and Trump lost. Now, I said before, okay, they stole it. They did a good job of stealing it. So how do we think that he's going to win this time? Because you can't repeat the same trickeries as you did the last time. Hey, when you play football and it's 4th down and 1, and you think the team is going to punt, and you say, oh, they threw the ball instead of punting, that was the first one. We fell for that.
Let me ask you, Duke, let me ask you this. What happened on January 6th?
Here we go with the January 6th. Hey, I'm going to tell you what happened on January 6th, okay? Because I'm going to equate it to what's going on with these protesters right now, okay? That was happening at these college campuses, okay? You had peaceful people that was protesting, okay? That wanted to, hold on a second. I got to get ready. Something. You had people that was protesting, okay? Like you did at these college campuses. And then you had some people, I'm pretty sure you've heard, that was reported that a few people that wasn't even a part of the colleges, that was agitators that came and joined in, that had nothing to do with the protests, decided to break into buildings and do stuff. This is the type of people that, like I say, just like I made my point on the last time I was in your live, how BLM had peaceful protesters, but you had agitators.
Okay, so you believe January 6th was perpetrated mostly by outside agitators?
I believe that a lot of them came there with the purpose of just causing mayhem and destruction. There was a lot of people that just wanted to come there and peacefully protest, as President Trump said to do. But you got always doing any protest. I don't care if you're protesting against the Girl Scouts. You got somebody that's going to want to come there and cause mayhem.
So you don't think MAGA themselves was doing anything wrong? They were.
Again, I don't think Trump support. Listen to me, liberal, because I know you have a hard time hearing.
Yeah, very much.
Yes, you do, because you're liberal.
Keep going. I'm listening.
Trump supporters was just as appalled as people going in there as anyone else. But you had knuckleheads. You have knuckleheads in every profession, okay, in every protest that decide to go in to the right to the Capitol grounds, and that was against the.
Were any of the folks who went in, the knuckleheads, were any of them MAGA?
Did they support Trump? Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, Trump, during the national anthem, is speaking favorably of the folks who got arrested. How do you view that?
Speaking in favor of the people that got arrested.
Yeah, Trump ain't said. Wait, let me make sure I get clarity. Trump ain't said nothing negative about January 6th at all. What you're talking about, the agitator, everything Trump has said about January 6th has been positive. He calls it a good day. It was a love fest. Nothing but positive information. How do you view that?
I mean, he stated that day that he had that rally, it was supposed to be a peaceful protest. He came out and stated that he was not. He was talking about the people that arrived there to protest peacefully, but those who was agitators, and the people that was what he said he not talking about the neo-Nazis and all of them. He wasn't. He said those people that he was against. He stated that many times.
So how do you feel about him offering pardons if he becomes president to those who were in jail for that event?
Well, he says a lot of things that
Why can't we ever? You sound like my last guest. Why is it that he says so many things as the leader of the free world, which is the job he's trying to seek, that we are not supposed to listen to? Why is he saying so much stuff? And it's just like, well, he says crazy things. This could be the leader of the free world. Why can't we take him at face value?
He said he could be the leader of the free world like he wasn't the leader of the free world at one time before. Right?
So how do you feel about him offering pardons?
Well, he probably will. He probably won't. I mean, he said adamantly on his campaign trail that he was going to lock Hillary up. He changed his mind.
So how do you feel about him saying it?
Pardon? It depends on who he wants to pardon. If he wants to pardon whoever he wants to pardon, that's on him.
Now you don't say. So you're okay if he pardons some of those folks.
If he feels he wants to pardon, it has nothing to do with me.
Okay. Yeah, you don't sound like MAGA at all. You sound like a straight up independent.
I mean, how would it affect your life if you pardon somebody? If he pardons everybody there, how would it affect you?
How would it affect me if he pardoned folks that tried to literally take over the Capitol building while all of Congress and the Senate were in session? It would affect me like we don't have democracy in this country.
We're going to always have democracy in this country, man. Stop this nonsense. Okay. We're going to always have democracy in this country. I don't know where y'all get this from.
Do you agree with Trump that January 6th was a good day?
January 6th was not a good day. I thought it was a horrible day.
So once again, how do you feel about him going around saying it was a good day that you feel was horrible?
I don't agree with everything that President Trump says. Okay. President Trump says a lot of things that I don't agree with. Okay. I mean, no president says everything that I agree with. Not one. Have you agreed with everything every president says?
No, but some things are a bit over the edge. I mean, you know, something like that is pretty darn big. That ain't something small.
Is it over the edge when Joe Biden said you're not black unless you vote for him?
This is way worse than that. Way worse than that. These are actual These are actual crimes being committed. Vote for me. Hold on. I'll let you continue. But vote for me and you ain't black. You know what that sounds like? When Trump stated, if you're Jewish and you vote Democrat, you hate Israel. Trump said, vote for me and you ain't Jewish. Basically, yeah, it sounds awful. They both have done that.
So that wasn't over the edge that Joe Biden said that? I asked you a question.
Vote for me, you ain't black is dumb, but no, that ain't over the edge. Just like if Trump said vote for me and you ain't a patriot, that wouldn't be over the edge.
Put it off like that meant nothing. But if Trump would have said if you don't vote for me, you're not black, you wouldn't think they would have said that was racist.
I would have viewed Trump saying vote for me and you ain't black as crazy, just like Biden said it. A black person don't have to vote Democrat or Republican. There are legitimate reasons to vote for either side of the aisle.
Don't find that as a racist statement.
Here's what I don't get though. Trump says some wild stuff and you go, well, he always says crazy stuff. But when Biden says something, you want to hold him accountable for it.
I sure do, because I've been listening to Biden longer than I've been listening to Trump. Biden has been saying some crazy stuff throughout history longer than Trump has. And you and I both, maybe you're not old enough to remember, but he has, when he said Obama was the first clean, articulate black person he ever seen, that was some pretty racist stuff. But black folks just blew that off like it was nothing, right?
So how did you feel? So you're holding Biden accountable for saying Obama was an articulate black guy, which does sound stupid considering Obama was a law professor. But how do you feel about Trump saying he's born in Kenya?
No, not just he said he was articulate. He said he was the first articulate.
And I'm holding Biden accountable for that. But how do you feel about? So how do you feel about Trump saying he was born in Kenya?
Trump didn't start that.
That doesn't matter. Why did he jump on the train of suggesting Barack Obama was born in Kenya? Why did he do it?
Once again, liberals do not hear me. I said I do not agree with everything. I'm gonna try to say this and get a little slower.
Thank you.
I do not agree with everything that President Trump says. Sometimes I think President Trump needs to shut the hell up. He says a little bit too much. Okay? Sometimes he says the wrong things the wrong way. Okay? Yeah. I don't agree with everything that comes out of Trump's mouth. Not like people that agree with everything that comes out of Biden's mouth. Okay? I don't agree with either one of them.
But here's where I think we have the issue. I think when Biden says something stupid, you hold it to a higher account. When Trump says something stupid, yeah, I don't agree with that though. But when Biden says it, that's racist or that's wrong. Saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, yeah, you don't agree with it. He did it for 3 years. Duke, he did it for 3. Even Hillary Clinton, who started that shit, didn't do it that long. He took it to a whole new level. He was on Bill O'Reilly saying, I got investigators in Kenya, and you'll be amazed at what they're finding. They didn't find a damn thing. He actually said that on Bill O'Reilly.
I agree.
Yeah, is that not racist? Is that not wrong?
That wasn't racist, but it was wrong because I knew where Obama came from. I seen Obama as a community organizer. I knew where he went to school at. I knew about him, but during the campaign trail, mudslinging is number one. Okay, trying to discredit your opponent is, whether it's true or not, is something to bring that candidate down. That's all gloves off. Hillary Clinton knew it. She tried it. It didn't work for her. It didn't work for Trump. It just so happened that Trump is the one who went to the White House.
No, Trump didn't just go to the White House. He went to the extreme with it. Hillary Clinton tried it, and it was done. Trump did it for 3 solid years. To me, you know what it sounds like? Trump not giving Obama a chance from day one. It sounds exactly like what he often says happened to him.
What happened was that Hillary Clinton tried it and she lost because Obama won anyway. And Trump just picked it up because he thought it would work also.
Okay.
He thought it would work and it didn't. And it was false. Okay. Hillary tried it. She lost to Obama. So that was the end of Hillary. Okay. And so Trump won on his side. He said, well, I'm going to pick that up because it sounds like it's true. Maybe they'll bring Obama down because Obama's popularity was climbing. Nobody knew where Obama came from. He came out of the blue. So, yeah, I mean, if I was Trump, I would have tried it.
Just make up a country. Even if Obama came out of the blue, you're just going to make up a nation and say he came from there.
Well, I've seen a lot of mudslinging in campaign. Come on, this is not the first time.
But what happened to Trump being the non-politician, the guy who's going to drain the swamp? He's not going to be a typical politician. When he starts doing stuff wrong, you go, well, this is what politicians do. Now you're basically saying he's just a normal politician, mudslinging like everybody else.
Well, right. At first of all, he wasn't a politician. Nobody took him as a politician. Everybody took him as a what was he? Not a talk show host, but he was a.
When did he become a politician?
Now he's one.
When did he become one?
After he left office.
Okay, well, you do realize he was saying Barack Obama was born in Kenya, what you're referring to as mudslinging, before he ever became president. He was already doing that. Before he ever became president, he was already mudslinging.
Yeah. He was just talking noise. That's what he did.
He was acting like a typical politician, according to you. He was mudslinging.
He was mudslinging.
Right. So he was a politician when he got elected already.
He was following a career politician who was Hillary Clinton. He picked that Hillary Clinton swagger up and said, "Yeah, he's not born in this country." You know, he was not a politician then. Yeah. He was just a person. He was getting the same pushback as Ronald Reagan was getting when they said Ronald Reagan he's just a Hollywood actor. He don't know nothing about politics, you know, blah, blah, blah.
But dude, think about what you're saying. He was just following Hillary Clinton, the woman that has been accused of everything from drinking the blood of infants to killing folks to Trump calling her so bad she needs to be immediately locked up. That is the person he decided to pattern his political behavior after. Him himself saying she is an awful human being. He decides to run for president, and the first thing he does is pattern his mudslinging after that individual.
Yes, sir. He did it, and like I said, it was not the right thing to do. Did I say it was the right thing to do?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't at all. All right, Duke.
Hey, man, look. I wanted to comment on something, but I forgot what it was. But hey, good seeing you again tonight.
100%. Always good talking to you, man. Always good talking to you.
Ready for Trump to be back in office? You ready?
I could use the way Trump was running the country economically. I don't have any problem with, but I said it before. If he wasn't name calling and insulting everybody and doing some of the things you're saying we should just ignore, he should have got a second term. But he's made it clear that if you reelect me, I'm going to go right back to insulting everybody and going on social media. If he can't stop doing that, I can't speak favorably of him.
Was the name calling really hurting y'all that bad? Was it really hurting you?
Listen, as Trump was a successful businessman, as a businessman, people work for you. As a politician, you work for the people. If I say don't do something, you're working for me, damn it. If you don't do it, I'm not going to vote for you. You don't tell me how I should accept what you're doing. You're working for me. You don't go to your employer and tell them what they should listen to. If you're not smart enough as a politician to listen to the people, you're going to lose some of the people.
And this is why the Republican Party and the independent conservatives are going with Trump, okay? Because Trump is saying what we're saying.
Yeah.
Trump
Right, against us. He's saying what you want to say about liberals. He's speaking on your behalf against the other side, which is why the other side ain't voting for him.
And we don't care if we don't care if they're voting for him. Okay, we're going to vote for him. Okay, and this trial is just making him more popular.
All right,
okay? We're glad that everybody's watching him now and not watching Joe Biden, because nobody's caring about Joe. All the media and everything is focused on Trump. And I'm gonna tell you something. This is gonna come out in a hung jury. He's gonna be cleared. Watch this. Hung jury.
I don't disagree that could happen, but I will say good luck with that. I do got to move it on, though, dude. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Now, looking in the comment on YouTube, Gen Xer says we're going to make a Trump voter. We're going to make you a Trump voter yet, my brother. Hey, appreciate the super chat, Duke. Better yet, Gen Xer. I have an issue with the whole fuck your feelings campaign. I just like I had an issue with vote for me and you ain't black, but having a president tell me to my face, fuck your feelings, is problematic. I just going to tell you that. Even if you can give us $2 gas or whatever the hell that Trump is promising. As a voter, my opinion should matter. And the fuck your feelings to me is just a bad idea. And I'll tell you from this standpoint, if your goal is to make America great, insults are completely unnecessary, at least at the level he's talking about. If you want to insult Hamas in regards to Israel, there's some legitimate cases there, because what happened on October 7th, some might say, look, you're kind of dealing with the cards that were dealt. But sleepy, crazy, nervous Nancy, sleepy Joe Biden, crazy Bernie, little Marco, bird brain, Nikki Haley, that ain't necessary to make the damn country great. It's not. Ain't nothing about that making America great. If you can't stop doing that stuff, you're going to lose votes. You're going to lose votes. The idea that, well, you're all in your feelings, let them insult you. Look, he's running the country, doing a great job. You should be able to let the president insult you on national TV. After all, we're all laughing at it. We're having fun. Let him insult you. Come vote with us. It doesn't work that way. It really does not work that way. I get folks suggesting that the country was ran far more effective under Trump. Many folks agree with that. Some folks do not, but many folks agree that economically the country was ran better under Trump. You know the example I often give? Under the guise that the country was much better economically under Trump. Imagine a father providing for his family. Dad has a good job, makes good money. Everybody in the family has every damn thing they want. The kids have the latest and greatest toys and video games. Mom can go shopping anytime she wants. They have a nice house. They have nice cars outside. They have a nice bank account. The economy of that family is fantastic. Dad is providing and doing well for all. However, Dad comes home from work, sits down at the dinner table with the family, whispers something bad about the brother in the sister's ear. Then he whispers something bad about the sister in the brother's ear, so that now the kids are fighting. Looks at the wife and says, that dress makes you look like a fat pig. And just talks about her the whole damn time while she's at the dinner table. Everybody at the table is pissed off and they all hate each other. Dad is enjoying his dinner saying, but look at this nice house. Look at the nice cars out front. Look at what I'm doing for everybody. You guys got all the latest video games, but everybody in the house hates each other. They all go and want to have dinner in their rooms because they don't want to even see each other. Everybody in that damn house is divided, yet their economy is solid. That is the example we're talking about. Let Dad insult you. Let him say whatever the hell he want to say, as long as he makes sure we got a nice house, nice cars, toys, and things like that. At what point does this become selling out your damn principles for finances? Do you not have a backbone at all? Can anybody say anything they want about you as long as they give you a little bit of something? Is that how it works? I just want to point it out because the way he is stating, the way things are being stated is as long as the country was ran effectively, you should let them insult you or anybody else any way you want. There should be no consequences for that. Look at it in the comments. You're losing your mind and your culture, says BTK. How are we losing our culture? If anything, and I hate to bring race into it, but it's the white folks saying that replacement theory is alive and well. You don't see blacks complaining about the loss of their culture. That's coming from white folks. Even President Trump is stating that there's an anti-white sentiment in this country. We're not losing our culture. We're not complaining about that. It's the white people saying that. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Gen X, you're 100% true, but you still can vote on it. Your words don't hurt me, but that don't mean I'm gonna support your ass. You're absolutely correct. Let's say you pull up to an intersection. Homeless person got up a sign, need food, give money. And you drive off and he says some awful shit about you. Okay, his words you don't give a damn about what he has to say. But when you come back to that intersection tomorrow, you're gonna give him any money? No. His word, sticks and stones, yeah, they may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Fine. But I'm not gonna support your ass. There are consequences to what you say, folks. Don't let your love of a human ignore what's being said. We don't do it for Biden. We wouldn't do it for Obama. No one should be able to just speak and say whatever the hell they want about anybody and feel like they can do it with impunity. Would you let your spouse do it? Would you let your kids talk to you any damn way? I'm assuming we all love our children. Would you let your kids say any damn thing they want to you? I don't know if I don't get it. Cyber Raven. Good evening. What it says, let that marinate. Wait, let them marinate on that for a while, Tim. Okay, I got it all to you. Go. Cyber, good evening.
How are you doing? I have yet to been able to talk to you. I've been following you for quite a while, but
well, I do appreciate that. I'm glad to have you on now. What's on your mind?
I want to talk about the anti-Semitic bill.
Anti-Semitic bill?
Yeah, that they passed in the House.
Explain. What bill passed in the House that's anti-Semitic? Give me the details of it. You don't, give me the details of it.
It has a lot to do with all the protests that are going on, the pro-Palestine protests.
Okay.
They passed a bill basically stating that you can't say anything bad about Israel.
This passed in Congress?
Dude, look it up. It's Bill 7069, I believe.
How can you 7069? How can you say that you can't say anything negative about it? That doesn't make sense. That violates every measure of free speech. What do you mean you can't?
Dude, it is a clear violation of our First Amendment. And the thing that's really crazy about this, so you know as well as I have, over the past 2 years, our House has fought tooth and nail back and forth on every flipping bill that's came across the floor. Every one of them.
Yeah. You can't say anything negative about what's really, because the Congress is obviously Republican. I'm assuming that this is a Republican sponsored. It won't pass.
No, it passed bipartisan.
So what's the punishment?
Yeah, I don't know yet. They haven't. It hasn't passed the Senate yet. It has passed the House.
I need to see this. I want to see what the language is. Is it making threats? Just saying,
well, see, the thing is there's a whole bunch of bullet points about all the stuff that's going on with the riots and stuff like that. And then at the very bottom, it says, but you can't subvert the First Amendment. Knowing the way our government goes, I don't believe it. I call bullshit.
Yeah, I can't see that. Even with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, I can't see this.
Think about it. It opens in 2023. The World Economic Forum, when they had their little meeting over in Europe, they they talked about hate speech laws in Europe and how those laws were going to come to the Western states. We start having Palestine riots, and bam, they pass a bipartisan bill to limit our free speech.
Here's something I don't think that will survive very long, but here's something I don't get.
The only way, I guarantee if it passes the Senate, Joe Biden will sign it. I guarantee it.
What do you think would happen if Trump was in office?
I don't know.
You don't know.
That's the problem.
So you know that Biden would support this bill in defense of Israel.
Because in 2017, he signed something similar, but he was very, very clear on his bill that it could not subvert the First Amendment.
Yeah. Well, you do know what we're talking about on the program today. He called for immunity, for basically giving police immunity from prosecution. He just said that the other day.
Well, I don't think police should be immune from prosecution. That's just stupid.
Okay, well, he did say that. So when you say that he wouldn't support Israel, or you don't know, rather, I mean, if you're willing to give police immunity.
He said a lot of stupid stuff. It doesn't mean I support him on every little thing.
Well, why don't you hold him accountable for it, though?
Huh?
I get you don't support him, but why don't you hold him accountable? I mean, Joe Biden says, vote for me or you ain't black and things like that. Folks are like, he's racist, he should be held accountable. Why is Trump not being held accountable for offering to give police immunity? How huge that is. That's awful.
He's not in office right now.
Should this stop him from being in office?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you believe he's lying when he said this?
I don't know. I would have to actually see where he said it, what context it was said in. I haven't seen it, so it's hard for me to answer that question.
Okay. All right. I always hear the context part. But he did say we're going to give our police back their power. In other words, he's talking about during deportations and things like that. He believes the police have been ostracized. Folks are talking about defunding the police and things like that. So he believes the police their powers have been weakened, and he wants to give them immunity.
Well, in a lot of cities they have.
Yeah, but immunity?
I don't think that they should have immunity, but I think that they do need to be able to do their job properly. Let me ask you. I live in the city of Portland.
Why do you think that's happened? You're talking about in liberal cities, the police have had their hands tied. Why do you think that happened? Why did all of a sudden people step up and just start to make it harder on police?
Well, I mean, obviously, there are bad cops out there. We need to weed those out.
So why not say that instead of immunity?
Personally, that's Trump sticking his fucking foot in his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, again, you make a good point. Weed the bad cops out, maybe additional training. When you say immunity, it means as opposed to weeding out the bad cops and giving them training, let's just make it so they're not held accountable for it.
This is my opinion on you should have to have a 4-year degree to become a police officer.
That's government oversight.
I think you should have to know the laws that you are trying to enforce.
Yeah, I agree, but that's government oversight, and the right don't favor.
Well, and that's the thing. They started taking all these guys straight out of the military and putting them on police forces just because they have a military background.
Yep. No,
you can't do that. These guys don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
But how do you respond? In the comments, Pep says a degree, because you're mentioning the officers should have to have an educational degree. She said a degree doesn't change your personality. In other words, an asshole is going to be an asshole whether they're educated or not.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think that it necessarily should fall just on how qualified they are. I think that they need to have one of the most stringent background checks out of everything.
Yeah.
You're taking care of the people of the United States to try and prevent them from harm.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you.
You should have to go through something that's worse than the fucking president.
For $50,000 a year or 60, 70,000 a year?
Well, I also think that some cops in some cities don't get paid enough.
But then we're going to ask you the age-old question. Who's going to pay for it? If you want to raise their salaries up, who's going to pay for all that? The education, they got to get all of that stuff. Who's going to pay for it?
Well, they should have to pay for their education if they want to become a police officer.
And first thing we want to say is that law requiring them to pay for their own education while they're going to be on the street dodging bullets and shit is why people don't want to be a cop. That's the first thing people would say when the enrollment drops, is that these laws, made it where they got this stringent background check and now they got to pay for their own 4-year degree. That's why nobody's enlisted. That's what they would say.
Well, no, I'm saying they have to have a 4-year degree before they become a police officer.
Right.
Not while they're a police officer. Because that doesn't them no good. Then you have a bunch of cops that are burnt out because they're going to school full time, and then they're not thinking straight while they're on the force and putting people in jail for stuff they didn't even fucking do.
I like all of that, and as Gen Xer on YouTube says, an extensive mental health evaluation is even better. Certainly agree with that. I think that here's the issue. Now you mentioned
it should be 100 times worse than what the president has to go through.
Yeah, but you mentioned also the fact that a lot of cops have come straight out of the military, and we've been at war for the last 20 continuous years, damn near. We're bringing folks right off of the battlefield and having them patrol neighborhoods like that. Nothing can go wrong there.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, I think if there's people that are in the military that have that type of training and want to become police officers, I think they should have to take a 5-year hiatus before they even apply.
Wow. Right.
To make sure that they are mentally capable of performing that job without breaking down or flipping out on somebody because they're having a mental breakdown for something that they saw in the war.
Don't disagree with that. All right, well, I got to move it on, Cyber Raven. So at the end of the day, you think immunity is crazy, but Trump is your man, correct?
Yes.
All right. Fair enough. Come on back anytime. Good to talk to you for the first time, man.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving the program on. That was Cyber Raven. Military are not necessarily emotionally secure. The thing is that a lot of police forces believe the military makes you more desirable. You already know about handling firearms and things like that. I mean, they actually look at a military background as more desirable. There are pros and cons to it, but certainly, in my opinion, if your last job had you in a combat zone, you're probably not going to be the best officer when it comes to de-escalating situations of violence. I mean, you just came from a situation where you treated everybody you encountered like they may, be setting up a roadside bomb or some shit like that. Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling over innocent Americans. Yeah, some things could go wrong off of that. I mean, not to mention how many of them might have PTSD still, as Gen Xer stated, a mental evaluation. You're coming from Fallujah or you've been in Kabul. Who knows what the hell may kick off. Looking in the comments, plenty of cons. I'm retired 4 tours in Afghanistan. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for your service, by the way. 4 tours. Wow, 4 tours. Crazy. I don't want to get into a war conversation, but it's crazy that at the 4 tours, the Taliban is in control of Afghanistan. Before we went there, the Taliban was in control of Afghanistan. I don't know what was the whole goal of that. I mean, bin Laden was not captured in Afghanistan in the end at all. What was the goal of occupying Afghanistan for those years? What did we really get out of that? I don't know. Now, we had a guy who said he did 4 tours, so he certainly would know a hell of a lot more than me. Why does Israel get free health care before us? What do you mean? How does Israel get free health care? You're telling me we're paying for Israeli citizens' health care in Israel? Where have you heard that from? Trump says mean things. Meanwhile, the left is trying to lock up political opponents. Couple issues. First of all, in regards to the left trying to lock up political opponents, the evidence is just not there. I don't see evidence that Biden or the liberals are trying to lock up political opponents. That is an accusation. The belief is that all of the courts, everything that's going after Trump is all liberal oriented. There's no proof of that. I mean, there's just no proof of that. That is the way you feel. But I guess we excluded Trump when he was yelling out, lock her up. Nobody ever said, when Trump was yelling that out, even though he didn't do it ultimately, because there was not enough evidence there to do it, when Trump was yelling out, lock her up, nobody ever suggested he's going after a political opponent. We were all fine with him doing that. Now that it's on the other foot, it's suddenly criminal. Trump being called a convict, look, he has not been convicted of anything. You got to get him in due process. True. But when Trump was suggesting that Hillary Clinton get locked up without any due process, folks was okay with it. Remember when he stated, if you plead the fifth, it means you got something to hide, you work for the mob. No one had any problem with him denying her Fifth Amendment rights. We all have the right to plead silent or to plead the fifth. We all have the right to do that. That doesn't mean you're hiding shit. He was taking away her rights and we were fine with it. I don't understand why all of a sudden, now that it's happening to him, it's suddenly outrageous. He was doing this stuff. Suggesting that Hillary Clinton get locked up without any conviction. He was doing that. Got on stage when they were debating, said you'd be in jail. No conviction. Now that folks are going after him, it's suddenly wrong now. I don't understand it. Well, he didn't actually do it. Yeah, it's not right to even talk about violating somebody's rights from a standpoint of being a political leader. It's not right for him to do it. But we were okay with that. But now that it's happening to him, it's suddenly wrong. Looking in the comments, talk is cheap. Trump talks, Biden is actually weaponizing his DOJ. No, talk is not cheap. Remember Obama? If I get reelected, talking to Russia on a hot mic, once I get reelected, I won't have to worry about anything. That was just talk. We held him accountable for it. Beto O'Rourke never won the office. When he yelled at you, damn right, we're going to take your guns, nobody said, well, you'll never be able to remove people's Second Amendment rights. No, we held him accountable for what he said. Why is Trump getting a pass? I can give you a host of liberals that have said things and they were held accountable. Maxine Ward is talking about getting up in people's faces. The right holes are accountable for that. Trump makes these statements and, well, he was just saying that. He just says crazy things. What you say matters, folks. I don't know. Why does he get a pass when if you're willing to hold liberals, independents, or someone else accountable for what they say? Why not him? Is he above the fray or something? Saying things that are wrong is saying things that are wrong no matter who you are. They're trying to jail him, says Kenny. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are trying to jail him. But the whole notion that we're okay with Trump talking about taking away Hillary Clinton's due process, and that's okay because he didn't actually do it. As a presidential contender, it's wrong to even talk about violating people's rights. It is wrong to even talk about doing it, whether you do it or not. I mean, because that's going to affect whether people want to vote for you. Like right now with President Trump suggesting that he'll give police immunity. Well, as long as he don't do it, it's okay for him to talk about it. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because every liberal that has talked about taking away the Second Amendment rights, people still hold them accountable for it. Still hold them accountable for it. And none of them did it. None of them have done it. Looking in the box at extensive, I saw that Gen Xer said an extensive mental health evaluation. Yeah, I do agree with that. Going back to the box, we'll keep it going with Advent comics immunity for police. Good thing, bad thing, maybe Trump didn't mean it. We'll give the box a chance to come up. Congress and Senate don't get held responsible for. Are you there, Advent?
Yeah, I'm good. First of all, Tim, I gotta address your MAGA following. They are on some totally bogus BS. I'm going to start with one thing that I see a lot of them say on All Your Lives. Democrats started the KKK.
That's true. That's true.
Democrats founded the KKK. But when the Civil Rights Act came along, most of those Democrats didn't want blacks to have rights. So they left and they formed with the Reagan Republicans. And they became.
Hold on a second. You got a TV or something? You got a real loud background.
Gotcha. We're going to cut that down for you.
Yeah, whatever that's
so,
loud. Okay,
go ahead.
A
lot of your following keep saying things that aren't true. Gotta address that because I'm tired of being subjected to that. I'm feeling dumb from looking at that. Just want to give a little knowledge to them because a lot of them smoking liquor with that one. But immunity is already granted to police in pretty much every state. Qualified immunity gives cops the reason or the pathway to do what they do. So they don't need any more immunity. They already have it.
Okay.
So to give them any more immunity means they can do whatever they want, carte blanche, and that's bad for everyone.
Why do you think Trump is even talking about it?
Because Trump is looking out for himself as always. He wants to get out of jail, and he wants to get everyone he can on his side. So cops are being held to account for their actions, just like Trump is right now, and he doesn't like it. So he's trying to gather other people who are being held accountable to come to his side.
Wow.
Simple as that.
Do you think he would actually do this? And I got folks in the comments like, listen, Trump says crazy things, things like that. My last caller said it. Do you think he actually would follow through?
Trump would. Everything Trump has said to this point, he's done. Every bad thing he said he'd do, he's done.
Like what?
He'll separate families.
Obama did
Stephen
that.
Miller said, okay, well, we'll take. They did it to a totally new extent. The fact where 3,000 kids are still missing from their families and they don't know where they are, Trump did that.
Yeah.
Obama has gotten to these people's minds so bad that they all want to destroy this country. Destroy it.
You think MAGA wants to destroy America?
Hell yes.
How?
These jokers have Obama on the brain. You can talk about Trump and Biden and everything come out of their mouth. Oh, Obama did this.
Obama on the brain.
Obama ain't been in office for 8 fucking years. Excuse me. He ain't been in office for 8 years. So give it a break.
What is this, Obama? What do you say? They got Obama derangement syndrome or something?
That they do. Wow. That they do.
Why is there such a dislike of Obama, in your opinion? If what you're saying is true, why do you think they have such an issue with Obama? As you pointed out, he ain't been in office for 8 fucking years. So what is it about Obama?
Well, look here, I'm going to put it on the table because I give 2 flying fucks. Some of you other people are more politically correct. A lot of people hate Obama because he was the first black president. Even though he didn't do a lot for blacks because he couldn't, they don't like the fact that Obama was black. In their mind, that's all that matters. Obama was black. Even though Obama looked out for them. If they don't like what Obama did, give up your health care.
Tim Scott was black. Wait, Tim Scott is black. They like him.
Nobody like Tim Scott. Republicans don't even like Tim Scott.
Herschel Walker?
He's another tap dancing jigaboo. Don't nobody like them.
Tap dancer. You said tap dancing jigaboo.
I'm black and I said it. Yes. That's why they like them.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
It's self-defeatist. For us to come together for this country to be what it's supposed to be, we all have to work together. White, black, yellow, blue, it doesn't matter. We need to come together
How do you? But how do you respond to the fact that when you look at the most of the Republican, just about all of the Republican presidents in our lifetime, from Reagan to George H.W. to George W. Bush, Trump has a larger percentage of the black vote than any of his Republican predecessors. Black people like Trump, if you look at it from that aspect.
If 12% is a large vote, okay, he can have that. I bet you Trump ain't taking more than 20%. That this next go around, and I don't care who you ask, black people don't mess with Trump because we know what he's about. We know what he's going to do. Black people will look out for our own interests.
What is he going to do that would affect black? What should a black person worry about if Trump gets reelected?
He's already told you. All you're going to do is look at Project 2025. They are going to go after all your individual rights. And you best believe if they're going after their own, they're coming after black people next. We all know that. Any black person knows Trump is coming after us next. We know it. And we ain't fooling with him.
What do you think?
Giving him time.
What do you say Trump you say there's a risk of Trump coming at the black folks? Like how? You gonna put us in slavery or something?
He's already told you the plans. The plans are already laid out. They're coming after your birth, and they're trying to use tactics to say, oh, okay, well, we need to get rid of abortions. We need to get rid of the homeless. We need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of that. It's all setting up a precedent to start going after those that they don't like.
But how do you respond to folks who might point out that by banning abortion, it actually will create more black lives? Black people will live. I mean, you talk about Black Lives Matter. By banning abortion, think about all of the black babies that will be born. I get that all the time.
I love America, Tim. There's no country on this earth that's better than America. But when in the past 500 years has America done anything positive for black people, they will put them first. You best believe it's something. They don't think about black people. Oh, well, we're going to stop abortions because it's hurting black people. They will never do that. Ever do that. It ain't about us. It's never been about us. If we really want to get honest, it's about America becoming a non-majority country in about 20 years. That's what all of this is skewed by.
So you're talking about you're talking about replacement theory.
People are scared that there will be no white majority. Everyone will be an equal in this country.
That is replacement theory. That is replacement theory.
They are repealing things like affirmative action so that people who they feel that shouldn't be ahead of them don't have opportunities anymore. They're rolling back laws, they're rolling back opportunities so that we're being pushed back into the past times, to the 1950s. It's like we're living in the 50s again. Everything's coming back around. It's cyclic.
Yeah, but what about the claims that Trump, I often hear this on the program, and I think maybe even Trump may have said it, that he's done more for black people than any other president.
Bullshit. Tell me two things Trump has done for black people.
You already know what I'm going to say. Yeah! Thank you, DJ Ula. You already know what I'm going to say.
I'll wait. He ain't done shit for black people. He ain't done shit for anybody in America, whether you're white, black, or indifferent. He's done only for himself. And you best believe that's what he's going to do if he gets in again.
You're telling me Trump didn't do... Wait, hold on. Are you suggesting that there is not one good thing Trump did for this country at all?
Well, unless you're the rich people and he repealed all the laws and got them richer. Other than that, he didn't do anything for the middle class.
Well, let's go with your claim that he only did things for the rich. How do you respond to somebody who might say, I never got a job from a poor person? If you give rich tax cuts, they can create jobs.
Tim, I own my own company. And while I was owning my own company, I spent the past 30 years as a public safety employee. Trump has done zero for this country. Wow. I've been hiring people for the past almost 20 years. Trump is not doing anything but making me richer. That's it. I'll be honest.
Well, listening to what you tell me, we mentioned black folks, and you were talking about weight. In the comments, Frank Cooper said Trump got all kinds of rappers out of prison.
rednecks is in prison. He ain't doing it for black people. Trump is doing that for himself. And rappers, so that's the default. Oh, well, he did something for black people. He got rappers out of prison. You do realize black people are more than rappers.
Yeah, I would hope so, because I ain't dropped a freestyle in a long time, so I would hope so.
Exactly. We are more than that. So those stereotypes, they got to go. That's what MAGA plays into, stereotypes. Black people are more than that. Always have been, always will be. We built this country. So let's put some respect on the name, okay?
We built this country. Shout out to Jefferson Starship. All right. Well, I do got to move it on. Appreciate it, Advent.
We'll do, Tim. You keep up the good work. And I love the fact that I get the chance to hear a lot of what the MAGA people are saying. Even though I laugh at most of it, it's good to hear what they're thinking.
Well, they laugh at a lot of liberal stuff too as well, but that is the whole purpose, is to put us all together in an uncensored format where we can speak freely. So that's the goal. Appreciate you coming through, Advent.
Definitely.
Thank you. And as that last caller stated, thank you, Advent. As the last caller was stating, that is the evidence that we do run an uncensored program. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon. So if you do enjoy uncensored, civilized dialogue in an uncensored format, let me get my words out. If that is what you favor, feel free to follow the program on TikTok. By the way, my TikTok viewers, tap the screen, get me on up to 130,000 on the likes. Let your thumbs not be lazy. For my YouTubers, feel free to drop a subscription if this is the uncensored format that you favor, and smash that like button. Last caller was full of it. Says Van Damage. Yikes. My last caller was full of it. A lot of folks were favorable to the last caller, but not Van Damage was just the opposite. Benny Negro from Queens says last caller was a real mensch. What is a mensch? M-E-N-C-H. What is a mensch? What am I missing? I'm white. Not I. I'm white. I have never had any government aid or advantages. Where was I when whites got more? I missed it, says Florida Blondie. Once again, shout out to one of my female MAGA, female Republicans. Well, here's the issue, and maybe I'm getting it wrong, and you folks in the comments, you know I always invite you folks without being censored to tell me when I'm full of shit. I appreciate the dissenting opinions as well as the favorable ones. But white privilege, when we bring that up, when it's being described, privilege is not always about money or wealth, because I grew up poor. There's no way in hell I could have white privilege. Look, you could be completely homeless, sleeping in the doorway of a business every night as a white person. Maybe in the morning you get up and you go in the garbage cans to check for food. You are completely homeless, don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. And a black guy on the other side of the street does the same damn thing. Maybe you guys even talk at night because you're both homeless. You're sleeping in the vestibules of some business that's closed, and you get up in the morning and scrounge for scraps. But what you start noticing is that anytime the police come and patrol the neighborhood, they're always grabbing a black guy and asking him what the hell you're doing over here, or he gets all the loitering tickets. Not saying that this happened. This is a fictional scenario. But I'm trying to give you a clear-cut illustration of how you can have privilege even when you're dirt poor. You don't need money to have privilege. It could simply be the police are not messing with you. Maybe people are not calling the police on the homeless white guy, and they are on the black guy. It could be that simple. Now, there could be areas where you might be more privileged to be black. That could actually happen. I'm assuming Caitlin Clark might be realizing that now. So it could happen on both sides, but it generally happens to people of color more than it does to people that are white. I'm just giving it to you. So not having money doesn't have anything to do with being privileged or not. It just doesn't. I mean, there may be there may be areas of town where they don't want you in if you look a certain way. Nothing to do with your income. It ain't got nothing to do with your income. Just like folks might point out, well, these basketball players like LeBron James or, Deion Sanders bringing up that, racism. This guy got millions of dollars. Once again, it has nothing to do with money. You can be mistreated by cops as a millionaire. Got nothing to do with money. Privilege ain't got nothing to do with that. There's a way to mistreat somebody no matter what their level is on the socio-economic scale. They ain't got nothing to do with that. So just want to state that. Don't understand that privilege or whatever the hell, lack of privilege, it has nothing to do with your financial acquisitions. You can be got no matter what. There are people in prison that will never see the light of day that have privilege over other prisoners that may actually be getting out. It got nothing to do with your money. It got nothing to do with money at all. Looking in the comments, though, an uncomfortable truth for many, says Booker for life. Yeah. But that goes for all races. True. You don't have to be a person of color to be a victim of racism. Whites can be victims of racism. Blacks can be racist. Justin Hayes. Wow. Thank you for that graphic, for that swan. Justin Hayes, thank you for the support. You can be white and be a victim of racism. You can be black and be an outright racist. But here's the difference, though, because I don't ever agree with anybody saying, well, blacks can't be racist. Hell, you can't. The hell you can't. Yeah, you can't. But the difference generally is on how you are victimized. If you are white and you are a victim of racism, it's generally person-to-person violence. White person in a black neighborhood and a bunch of black folks are beating you up just because you're white, maybe even yelling racial epithets at you. That's racism. That is racism. That happens to white people all the time. Maybe you go to the wrong club, wrong bar, and they don't want you in there. That happens. That actually does happen. That's generally how whites are victimized in terms of racism. For blacks, it's usually people in positions of power, cops, banks, universities. It's not generally from people. It's from powerful entities. You don't hear too many white people complaining about what a bank won't give me a loan. How often do you hear about the white community complaining about a racist-ass black cop? Or see it on video? White people have phones too. It's not like they don't have phones and can't film this shit. So you can be white and be a victim of racism, but it's generally violence at the hands of some individual or maybe a group of individuals. You can be black and be a victim of racism from somebody you never even seen, may never meet. I can give you my own primary example. I used to be a landlord in Chicago, had five different properties, 5 buildings, about 20 tenants. All of a sudden, I get a letter from Countrywide Financial. Thank you for the hat mustache, DJ Julio. Thank you. You're part of a class action suit if you want. Apparently, the mortgage on your building, the interest rate is higher because you're black. How the hell did they do that? Well, they take your driver's license when you apply for the loan. I thought things were fine. I was doing all right, making good money. I didn't know that if you were white, you would have got a lower interest rate. That was when I was in Chicago. That happened in my lifetime. That ain't 100 years ago. It's like 2006. Happens. It happens. That's something you don't often hear whites complaining about. So it does happen. And I'm going to assume that anybody else that took out a loan on that same damn day that maybe wasn't a person of color got a privileged interest rate. And I never knew about it until they sent me that letter in the mail. I can give my example. Used to work for HUD, Housing and Urban Development. Only white guy in my section of 100 people. There was no violence involved, says William Lynn. Okay, fair enough. Not going to dispute your story. Could be true. But generally, maybe I stated it wrong. Generally, white victims of racism, it's violence from people. It's not generally some job or some company that is it's not generally like that. But in your case, you're saying it did happen to you. So I can't speak. I don't know if you filed a lawsuit. I don't know what happened. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but it's not as common. Gen X says, so if I score an 1100 on the SATs and lose my position in college to a black person that scores 1050 because of affirmative action, that is not racism? And he's questioning that. I get the point that a minority who may have not scored as high on the test shouldn't be given a job over somebody that scored higher simply due to his race. But then we have to ask the question, did the school you go to receive far more tax contributions so that you got a better education than that same guy? We know this all used to happen. Are we assuming that none of that happened? I mean, there's a reason why you may have gotten, there's a potential reason why you may have gotten higher on your SAT. Now, schools in the hood are violent as hell. I get it. People don't want to work there oftentimes. But their tax divvies are often lower. I mean, a lot of times it's up, and then we got places like down in Louisiana, they actually don't allow the whole town of white people to actually desegregate themselves. They're creating their own fire department and everything now. You're going to tell me you don't think that's going to end up causing taxes to be improperly divided? That just happened. A city down in, somebody said St. George, is that the name of that town, where they actually allow white people to create their own town? You're going to tell me when it's time to divide up the state's taxes, they're going to do it equally? Probably not. Probably. That's how it happens. That's how privilege can happen sometimes. I'm not saying it is, but it's likely, because that's exactly what used to happen, is that the minority neighborhoods didn't get the same in terms of tax benefits. That's privilege. You don't need to have any money to be privileged. You just don't. Anti-racist versus not racist. Little to the left, truck, I don't quite get that statement, but it's been a caste system in USA for ages. Yeah, true. Putting out a technicality of oppressive behavior isn't a convincing argument. It never has been, because people don't want to be convinced. There is nothing being said today about the likes of Black Lives Matter, suggesting that they're crooked and they misappropriated money, which a lot of that's true. But there is nothing being said about Black Lives Matter today that wasn't said about Martin Luther King in his day. There is not one single civil rights leader in American history that has not been demonized. We now look back and suggest Martin Luther King was a good guy. He protested without violence. That wasn't what they were saying when he was alive. He would go and do sit-ins, restaurants where only white people could eat, and they would go sit in there and wait till the cops came and arrested them. You know what they were saying? If he protested the right way, he wouldn't have these problems. Sounds kind of familiar, don't it? With Colin Kaepernick taking a knee. They were telling him that. They were telling them that then back then. And I will submit to you, the reason is simple. Whether it is people protesting for civil rights or going all the way back to the Boston Tea Party, there is no protest in American history that has been successful doing it the right way. If you protest the right way, nobody has to pay a damn to what you're doing. The abortion protesters are the perfect example of people who protest the right way. They don't block the street. They stand on the sidewalk. They read their Bibles. They hold up pictures of dead babies, and everybody drives by and ignores them. That's why they didn't accomplish anything. Now, once they had the right president in office, he put in the Supreme Court to their favor. I get it, but they didn't accomplish anything. The most successful protesters are the ones that force you to acknowledge and address their issues. Blocking traffic, sitting in restaurants where they don't supposed to be, throwing tea in the harbor, or maybe even trying to stop a peaceful transition of power. Those are the ones you listen to. Those are the ones you pay attention to. Which is why, even with President Trump, we're going to the Capitol. They need to see us. You can argue that maybe he didn't want them to go in the damn building and try to tear it apart, but he certainly wanted them to go there. Looking in the box. DJ Julio himself, good evening. Welcome to the program. DJ Julio. Yep, and Pelosi said no. DJ, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. So we were talking about Trump stating that he's looking to get cops immunity if he's reelected.
No. I don't
think there's
don't think I like that.
You don't think? Why do you think he would say that?
Because cops have a tough job, and they're often found in tough situations, and a lot of the times they're the reason for the tough situation, but nonetheless they're found in them.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's looking at it the same way he's looking at it, from the presidential state. If I have to make a bad decision and it's not going to make everybody happy, if I'm the president and I can't be prosecuted for that.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's looking at it the same way for cops.
Yeah, but if you give them immunity, that allows them to make criminal decisions too, don't it?
100%. That's why I said I don't think I like it.
Yeah. I'm amazed at because he's joked about. Well, I'm giving him credit to say it's a joke, but he stated that he's going to be a dictator for one day.
Oh yeah, yep.
Giving cops immunity, wouldn't that be part of that?
Is it possible? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible that could be part of that call.
Yeah.
Do I think that he would do that? As he don't want to dictate for anything but the border. We talked about that, and I've had several conversations with other live creators, and I've argued back and forth, and the concession on that, or consensus on that, has always been, the loudmouth part of it is about the border.
So, in regards to being a dictator, even just for the border, why does he need to be a dictator? What does he want to do border-wise that he couldn't do legally, that he has to be a dictator to get the job done?
Well, you got to ask Congress for money, and you got to ask the House for money to finish the wall. If he just dictates it and says, this is it, this is happening, executive order, we're building the wall, then it's done.
Mm.
And I'm hoping, because he's talked about it a few times. Someone just mentioned in the box there, abortion. I think he wants to redo that too, so that it not only is state right, but the only part that he wants to stop is the only parts that he wants to let for abortion are special circumstance.
Yeah, but what he was just asked the other day in a Time magazine article if states could or should track the pregnancies of women, and he was like, yeah, that could happen. You have to check with the states. He don't seem like he even has a problem if the states start tracking pregnant women.
Well, because I think what he's going to do is going to override the majority of that anyway. I don't know.
If he's giving the rights back to the states, he's not trying to override it. He's letting the states decide.
True.
Yeah, so so if they want to track a pregnant woman, he's not going to interfere with it.
I guess that's state rights, and we need to make sure state by state, that we're voting in people that are going to do more than try to make us rich as a state and rich as a country. We need to find people that are going to, on both sides. We want Democrat, we want independents, we want.
Yeah, but why not also try to vote in a president that is going to be an ally to prevent that from happening in the first place?
Because we don't have a good candidate for that.
You don't think Biden would try to stop that?
Listen, Biden's not going to make it, bud.
What do you mean by that?
I don't wish nothing ill for that man. I don't wish anything ill for any man, but I don't think cognitively and physically that he's going to be able to push through another term. I don't think that he could do it. We'll end up with Kamala, and that's freaking no.
Well, but would Kamala be an ally to stop states from tracking women?
Yeah, she doesn't have that track record for being an ally to anybody but herself.
How do you know?
Just from the things that I've read about her as a prosecutor, her in the legal system, and she just doesn't seem like a woman that thinks very clearly. And I'll disagree with. I'd like the guy. He has a lot to say, but Gen X, where he says that women shouldn't vote. I want women to vote, but I want to educate everybody, male and female, on how to vote responsibly and not with emotion and not with any of that bullshit.
Do you think women are more emotional when they vote?
I think women are more emotional, period. I know that my mom has zero reason to be upset other than the fact that everybody hates
I mean, come on now. What they just did with the abortion rights, and that is something Trump is going around the country bragging about. You don't think that's a reason for women to hate him?
Well, I don't think so, no. Because all he's saying is let's not kill babies unless we have to.
But they're okay with killing the mom. They're okay with executing women that have an abortion. They're okay with letting women potentially die if they need an abortion. I mean, they're okay with women that have been raped, forcing them to have the children. You don't see any reason to be angry from a woman's standpoint.
You know, it's funny that you talk about this. I had a talk with my oldest today. She's going to be 27 in July. And again, she was saying the same shit that you said. And I said, in order to fix something, you've got to redo it completely.
You didn't have to, wait, hold on. You didn't have to redo it completely. Voting Trump in is the only reason you had to have that conversation with your daughter at all. If Hillary Clinton was in office, we wouldn't be discussing this.
No, and we'd be killing babies up till 9 months, 10 months.
Okay. All right. Wait. 10 months? Wait, say that again?
I may have said one too many months. It's almost 9 o'clock where I'm at. It's been a day.
Okay. So you believe the liberals want to abort a child right up into birth?
I've seen it in Colorado and California, and you know the rights that they're giving and allowing young women and young men to make gender decisions without the consent of their parent. Now, it's freaking ridiculous on that side of the fence right now, and I don't understand any of it. And as a father of girls, I don't like it.
But you're okay with forcing a woman that's been raped to carry her baby to term, because that's on that side.
It's on that side for right now. But I agree that women should be able to make. I really do agree. Women should be able to make that decision, no matter how against abortion I am. You know, we've talked about this before. You know, I'm okay with special circumstance. I don't have an issue there. But if you're going to, again, use pregnancy as a form of birth control, I'm completely against that. That's.
Yeah, but how do you respond to something like Bill Buffalo in the comments says, "Mind your business. This ain't your baby. This ain't your body. Mind your business." How do you respond to folks who might say that?
Well, I'm telling you right now, if I'm having sex with my wife and she ends up pregnant and we're both in our 40s, yeah, we're gonna have a young baby.
Whether she wants to or not.
If she wants to have an abortion, she can find a whole new man to spend the rest of her life with, even after 25 years. Okay. We don't make mistakes, and if we do, we pay for them. We take care of them. We deal with the hand we're dealt.
Okay. So you're okay with, like, what was it, North Carolina? There's a congressman suggesting that if a woman has an abortion, she should qualify for the death penalty. That's a right-wing opinion as well.
I mean, if we go biblical and if we're going to go that far, I'm not saying I agree with it.
You're not saying you disagree.
But to see the perspective, I mean, I understand the perspective, Tim. I understand that the Bible says thou shalt not kill. I understand that.
What if the mom don't believe in the Bible? Why are you forcing the Bible on a citizen?
Okay, well, it's national law. You cannot kill. You can't kill with unless it's in self-defense.
Okay.
Which implies what I'm okay with when it comes to abortion. If it's in defense of the child, the mother, but social economics. Oh, I'm too broke to have a baby right now. Well, then you should be having sex. You can get free condoms at the clinic. They'll give you free condoms.
So just to get clarity, then, if a woman has an abortion, you are someone on the fence that she should be charged with murder. Sound like you're on that side.
I'm on the side that if a cop kills somebody in the line of duty, if it's not justifiable, yeah, hang him too.
So if a mom has an abortion, she should be executed.
If anybody kills anybody, that should be a right, unless it's in self-defense, yes.
All right, I'm just trying to... Now, Gen X on the YouTube is hammering me, said I'm virtue signaling. Come on, bro. Abortions because of sexual assault or incest account for less than 5%. of all needed abortions. 95% of abortions are straight birth control, and that's murder. I don't know about the actual numbers, but I think he's probably closer to the truth than not, that most abortions are not due to sexual assault, rape, or incest. But at the same time, if you're not going to do anything to help this woman, whether she's in the hospital trying to carry a baby, whether she's dealing with the medical bills of giving birth, the baby needing to eat things, that if you're not going to help her out at all, I don't think you should have a say-so in her decision. How do you respond to that, Julio?
Let me put it this way. Maybe I can just take it and make it a different situation. If I'm prone to diabetes because I'm Native American and we haven't had years and years of sugars in our body, and alcohol is a part of that, if I indulge in those things and then become either A, diabetic, or in jail because of the actions of alcohol, I kind of put myself in that position. If I don't want to get pregnant, this is what I've taught my kids, and I've told you this before. It's what I taught my kids growing up. If you do not want to get pregnant, there are ways to not be pregnant and still live how you want to live. You can use contraceptive. You can force contraceptive on the man. You can get on birth control. If you don't want to get on birth control, then the rubber's your only option. And you better choose a good partner, because if something happens and slip and you become a mom, you're going to want somebody who is at least smart enough to know, okay, now it's time to get a job and bust my ass.
So what are you doing? Legislating responsibility by law?
Man, you know, in the Native culture, that was the only law. In the Native American culture, the only law was respect. Only laws were respect and responsibility.
Yeah.
You be respectful to your people, and you be responsible, just like any group of people.
Yeah, but here's what I don't get. Okay, we're particularly coming from the right, like yourself, and coming from MAGA, is that okay? If you're a woman and you don't want to have a child, you should be responsible and take care. When Trump got married and gave vows to his wife, we're totally okay with him being completely irresponsible, porn stars, you name it. But this poor woman she should be responsible. But Trump himself breaking vows that are biblical, by the way, breaking his marriage vows, we're okay with that.
This is a great statement, but it's not apples for apples.
No, but you're talking about morality.
But I'm talking. Yeah, there's a bit of morality in there. Yeah,
a bit.
Do I think that it's okay for him to be a cheater? No. Like I've said before, I was one as well. I wasn't a perfect husband, but me and my wife have made it through 25 years.
Yeah, let me say it this way, because I see in the comments, even just like you're saying, I see Hugh Janus is saying it's a straw man's argument. I get that there's a big difference between cheating on your wife and killing a baby. I'm just simply saying, if you have been immoral, you don't make a good messenger to promote morality. Even though your immoral act is smaller than taking a baby's life, you're out here preaching, well, you need to be responsible. When you don't done something like that, like Trump has done many times. I don't get it.
Yeah. So then this is what we're doing, is we're looking at a person's past. And again, we had this conversation where if the past is going to dictate every human being in the world, there's a lot of people who shouldn't be where they're at. People make mistakes. They learn from their mistakes. And if they're fortunate enough to have a chance, such as I have with my wife, to become better and to do better and to want better, I mean, yeah, I don't have a leg to stand on when I talk to some people around me because they were part of the bad Ryan.
Yeah.
They were part of my
but
bad
here's what I'm trying to say.
Here's the deal: is when I'm with the people who have got to grow with the new Ryan, the one that is respectful, is responsible, cares about communication. Those people then can help the other people understand that, yeah, that was him, but this is him today. Don't lose him today.
Yeah, but I don't think here's what I'm talking. No, the difference is you're not passing laws trying to force some. Here's the issue.
Sure I am.
Wait, hold on.
My business.
You're admitting. Hold on. You're admitting that although you may have slipped on your wife, you've gotten yourself. Hang on. You've gotten yourself back straight, and you respect her now. But you had problems in the past. You made your mistake, and you correct yourself. These women aren't given a chance to even make the first mistake. We're expecting perfection from them. You're admitting you made a mistake and got things right. We're going to throw them in jail on the first mistake.
Yep. There's a lot of things that we get hammered on for the first time. The first fuck up that we do, Tim, as men. Okay. As men, if we strong arm a woman and end up having sex with that woman, that's our fault, right? That's a pretty major thing. similar to taking life.
Right. Well,
now, if it is the woman that can get pregnant, if it's the woman that has the ability to grow a baby, if you're not going to be responsible sexually, this is what's going to end up happening. You're going to end up pregnant. It's your responsibility as a woman to make sure that you are with somebody outside the time you're ready to have a kid.
I understand all that, but I don't think throwing women in prison and threatening to execute them is
I don't think those are right either. I said I could understand the perspective and where they're coming from.
I don't even understand that.
I agree with it. But you have to kind of see the side, or you're never going to make a good point.
I don't see it. I don't. To me, when you look at what a woman has to go through to endure a child, at whole 9 months and things like that, I mean, childbirth is not safe. People die to force that on somebody because, well, she should have thought about that before she had sex. So whatever comes with it comes. To me, that's cruel. And not only that, but once the baby is born, you're not going to help her out at all either. To me, that's cruel.
I mean, I think the man should definitely be a part of that child's life.
No, not the man.
It's responsibility too. But as a woman, what I'm saying is, as a woman.
No, not the man. The damn lawmaker is the one that should be responsible because he's the one that's telling them what to do. The man can't stop a woman from having an abortion.
We've talked about that. You know that I'm with you when it comes to, when shit comes up and it's a special circumstance. I'm okay there.
I don't even think it should require a special circumstance. If you're going to ban abortion, if she's in a hospital, bills that are accrued, I mean, you should just make it so that childbirth no longer has bills attached to it. If you're going to ban
maybe that's it. Maybe that's the compromise. Maybe me and you just figured out the compromise that we need to present to the legislators.
All right.
Childbirth is free. It's going to be expensive to raise that kid. You know what? If you end up getting pregnant and you end up having that baby, it's on us.
Yeah.
It's on us as a people. We're paying the taxes anyway. It might as well go to something like that rather than go to freaking Israel, wherever the hell they're sending it in Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, if they're okay with saying that you should be responsible up to the point where they'll execute you, they're not going to take care of your damn baby. They're going to tell you the same thing. You should have thought about that before getting pregnant. I got to move it on, though, Julio. You know what we got to do.
Yes, I do too. I've got a show to get to. So I wanted to chime in before I started getting on. I get on 9:30. So.
All right, I may come by and check you out.
Y'all be where I'm at.
Thank you.
Yep.
Looking in the comments, somebody had a comment I wanted to say something about. It just skipped over it now. And by the way, thank you folks that have been tapping the screen. I always appreciate your participation. You guys know this is an uncensored program. By the way, Monday through Friday is when we're generally here at 1 p.m. Central. I do appreciate those who may be seeing it for the first time on the weekend. If you do enjoy uncivilized dialogue, where MAGA are my preferred guests, but liberals are welcome as well, you're in the right place. Follow the program. To my TikTokers, I would invite you on YouTube to drop a subscription. Tap that like button. You know how that works. 3 mistakes is a pattern, says Darstick. Yeah, I don't disagree at all that most women having an abortion is birth control, like Gen Xer said earlier. I do believe it has nothing to do with rape or incest. Most abortions are women that financially or don't like the boyfriend or whatever the case may be, got a new job, they want to get rid of the baby. But at the same time, I don't think you should be able to force them to carry the baby to term and knowing you're not going to do a damn thing for their life. Nothing at all. My only goal is to make her have the baby. I don't care. I mean, that's what I was saying when I was telling my last caller, when he was saying it, and I'm shocked my mom doesn't like Trump so damn much. There's nothing good in these anti-abortion laws for women. It's all about saving the life of the unborn, up to and including potentially sacrificing the life of the woman walking around. Doesn't matter about her mental health, if she's raped or incest, if she's mentally going in ape shit, that she's got to carry a baby from somebody that nobody cares. It's all about saving the life of the unborn. So I think that's where the women have an issue, is that you pretty much are coming out and saying the quiet part out loud. We don't give a damn about you. We care about what you're carrying on the inside of you. We don't care about you. I don't see, because we're not going to help you. We're not going to do anything but force you to have that child. Once you had a child, don't come to us. It's kind of a don't ask me for shit mentality. So, yeah, I don't see it. So what happens when we get a surplus of unwanted or abandoned babies? Wow, she's it. That's a great question. And my answer is simple. It's going to be the same as men. When, during the Bill Clinton era, the welfare to work era, too many babies were receiving government assistance because the fathers were off in the night. The fathers were not paying child support. So this is when you start seeing these really draconian child support laws, locking men up, license, passport, you name it. They got real tough because they didn't want the state to take care of babies that were created irresponsibly by men. They got real tough on men. Well, if you ban abortion and you start having women having children that they can't afford and they're being put on the state, which is what you're talking about, it's going to happen. It's going to happen again. I've had people on the show, and I've asked them, if a woman that does not have a good source of income or she's not very intelligent, she keep popping out babies, and they fall on the taxpayers, should she face discipline? Everybody I asked that on the right said eventually, yeah, up to and including sterilization, sterilizer. If she got 6 kids that are in foster care or that are in the system because she can't keep her legs, so yeah, I've had people say sterilizer. So what I'm talking about, there's no good outcome for women in this stuff. What do we always ask? Anytime somebody wants to come to the system for help, who's going to pay for it? Because we don't like paying for people who can't afford to take care of themselves. Get a job and take care of your own shit. Who's going to pay for it? So yes, if you got a woman that normally would have had 3 or 4 abortions, but those kids were forced to be brought to life and they're in the system, and she's not taking care of them financially, yeah, there's going to be people who start calling for her to be punished some way, somehow. Jail, all of the same things they did with child support, up to and including, like I said, some of my callers have suggested sterilizing her. But it's going to happen, guaranteed. Guaranteed. What are we talking about? 500 to 1 million abortions are had every year in America. Now you got about a dozen states that have really limited it. Okay, so now maybe instead of 500 to 1 million, maybe you're not talking about maybe 250,000 abortions in some of the liberal areas. Some of those Republican states are now going to see maybe, 50, 60, 100,000 children that are born that wouldn't be. And we know the women that are likely to have an abortion are also most likely to come for assistance. And many of them might be minorities and things like that. It's not going to go well for them. It's not going to go well for them. It's not going to be long before people start saying you're doing this just to make this happen. Or what do we say now when women have children? We give you food stamps. You use that as a reason to pop out another kid. We're already saying that. We're already saying that women are cheating the system and just having kids to get welfare and shit like that. It ain't going to be good for women. I'm just going to tell you that. I would not want to be involved in it. The outcome is not going to. There is nothing good in this for women. It's about saving the life of the unborn. The hell with that woman. Period. I would jump off Trump Tower for our Lord and Savior, President Trump. I love him so much. Wow. I would jump off Trump Tower for our Lord and Savior, President Trump. I love him so much. What are you, Tim Scott? I think that's being sarcastic. I think that's actually an anti-Trump statement, but you sound like Tim Scott. Oh, I love you, man. Wow. Okay, looking at the comments. Go ahead then. Somebody said, let them do it. You guys are cruel. Prove it. Why these comments? Man said I would jump off Trump Tower. And right off the bat, somebody says, go ahead then. The other person says, let them do it. And somebody else says, prove it. Prove to me you jump off Trump. You guys want to see him go splat so bad, huh? Yikes. Anyhow, you guys know what this is. I always appreciate you guys tuning in. Uncensored program. Love my discussions with MAGA. MAGA are my preferred guests. Nevertheless, time for me to eat a little bit. 1 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday is when you'll have us on more MAGA action. I love MAGA. MAGA make for some of the most interesting phone calls or calls rather. And I understand a lot of the things they say. I don't think MAGA's batshit crazy. They have legitimate points in a lot of areas. Some are batshit crazy, but then again, so are some liberals, as we talked about. Having liberal students fighting on behalf of Hamas is a classic example of liberal stupidity. Hamas is about as far to the right as you go. They're not an ally of the LGBT community, women's rights, pro-choice legislation. Hamas is against all of that shit. And yet these liberal students are walking around with Hamas garb on it. Now, there's some agitators in the crowd. Shout out to Ray Epps. There's some agitators on these college campuses, but most of those are liberal students. That's crazy. These folks would not even entertain your mindset if you were in Gaza. They would be threatening to throw you in jail. You walking around talking about transgender and waving rainbow flags and shit like that. They chop your damn head off. And here you are walking around on college campuses talking about how much you love Hamas. It is ridiculous. Liberals do dumb shit, and that is the classic example of it. I'm not saying that Israel may have not went too far in regards to that ass whooping they're giving the Palestinians. I do believe Israel has went above and beyond what would be classified as self-defense. We can talk about that, but these liberal students defending Hamas. Now, the Palestinians, you might be able to suggest many of them are innocent victims, particularly a lot of the women and young children. But they're defending Hamas. They're actually making the river to the you-know-what. They're actually echoing that shit. As if Hamas won against Israel, they'll never win, but let's say Hamas was able to win in that area. They're from the river to the you-know-what was actually successful. Most of their liberal asses would not even be involved in the new homeland, would not even be invited to come visit the new homeland because they go against everything these liberal students believe in, up to and including a woman getting a damn education on the college campus. It is liberal stupidity in its essence. Nevertheless, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. See you guys tomorrow. For you YouTubers, I do appreciate the support. Wow, I do appreciate the 61 likes, and certainly you guys are still rolling with your boy on a Saturday night. Looking in the comments real quick, just as ridiculous as those chanting Hamas. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Because that is a stage-paid protest to keep the eyes off whatever the government is. Nobody's making those liberals go there, though. Stage-paid protest, you name it. Nobody's forcing. They're there protesting on behalf of Hamas. That is fucking ridiculous for any liberal-minded student to be doing, knowing that Hamas would, they'd be ready to decapitate a liberal. It's your boy Tim.